Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Phantom Room 14, Unseen Guests Haunt In. The night shift at the Red Maple Inn was quieter than quiet most nights. I'd been taking these shifts for a few months, mostly because the pay was decent for something that didn't demand much besides showing up and pretending to care. The inn was a fading relic of better days, with peeling wallpaper and a front desk that had a layer of dust thick enough to write my name in. The smell was a mix of overused carpet cleaner, whatever was lurking in the vents, and the sour tang of old cigarettes someone long gone had left behind. It clung to everything, stubborn as a bad habit. The first night I arrived, the manager, a guy named Carl who looked like he'd aged backwards but still carried the weight of every bad decision he'd ever made, gave me the rundown. Just keep an eye on the register, don't let the drunks in the bar past midnight, and whatever you do, don't open the storage room after hours. You'll thank me later. He winked, but I could tell it wasn't a joke. I never saw the storage room, and I never asked. Most nights, the guests trickled in like clockwork, tired travelers, a couple of truckers, a family passing through with kids who never seemed to sleep. Check-in was routine, name, license, credit card, key. That was it. No fuss. Except for a few odd cases. One night, around 2 a.m., I noticed a keycard flashing on the counter. It wasn't mine. The little LED was blinking green like it belonged to someone. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. No name, no room number, just a plastic rectangle with a chip inside. I slid it through the reader out of curiosity. The display on the door lock flashed green too. The key worked. But there was no one at the desk. No guest had checked in with that key. No record in the system. I shrugged and tossed it in the drawer. A week later, the same thing happened. Another key, unaccounted for. This time, I was more curious than dismissive. I asked Carl about it during my break. "You sure you didn't miss a name?" I said, trying not to sound like a pest. He shook his head. "Nope. If it's not in the system, it's not checked in. Maybe someone made a duplicate. Doesn't happen often, but it's not unheard of." That should have been enough for me to drop it. But it wasn't. The inn was old enough that the room locks had been retrofitted with electronic cards years ago, but the system was clunky and prone to glitches. Sometimes, keys from old rooms would still work on other doors. It wasn't perfect, but it mostly kept things simple. Then came the strange part. One night, during my usual rounds, I heard muffled voices coming from room 14. The door was closed, but the voices were faint, like from the other side of a thick wall. I knocked lightly. No answer. I waited a few minutes, listening. The voices stopped. I tried the doorknob. Locked. Odd. The guest who had checked into room 14 earlier that evening had never come down to the lobby or even called for anything. Not that unusual. Some people kept to themselves. I called the number on their registration slip. No answer. I made a mental note to check in on them later. When I returned an hour later, the door was still locked. No light under the door. I knocked again, louder this time. Nothing. I pressed my ear against the wood. Silence. That's when I noticed the name on the registration had been crossed out. Not just crossed out, but scribbled over so badly it was hard to read. I frowned. Why would someone do that? And why hadn't the system updated? I reported it to Carl the next morning, trying to sound casual. "Room 14, something's off." The guest's name was crossed out, but the key still works. He didn't look surprised. Yeah, that happens sometimes. People leave without telling us, or get moved to other rooms. We clear their names later. Sure, I said, but I wasn't convinced. It felt like a half-truth. Days passed. More keys showed up without names. More rooms with locked doors and crossed-out names. Each time, I checked the logs and find the last recorded guest had checked out or vanished from the system weeks ago. The night air had started to feel colder, heavier. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows down the narrow corridors. The wallpaper's faded floral patterns seemed to leer with every glance. Then, one night, the power in the hallway flickered and went out for a moment. The emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in a sickly yellow glow. I grabbed a flashlight from the desk, its beam slicing through the gloom. The silence was complete. No hum of the fridge, no distant car engines. I walked down the hall, checking the doors with the flashlight. Room 14. Room 16. Room 21. Locked. No sound. I stopped outside room 21. The keycard reader blinked green in the dark. Someone was inside. Or at least, the system said so. I pressed my ear against the door. A faint whisper. Breathing. Not quite human, but not mechanical either. I stepped back, heart thudding. The walls seemed to close in. The air smelled worse, a mix of damp wood, stale sweat, and something metallic I couldn't place. I wanted to call someone. To run. But my legs felt like they were made of lead. The flashlight flickered, then died. Silence. Complete silence. I fumbled for my phone. No signal. I was alone. The door handle rattled. I jerked away. The lock didn't budge. But the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones lingered, like a warning. I don't know why I didn't leave right then. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe the kind of stubbornness that makes you stay in places best forgotten. Or maybe I just wanted to see what was on the other side of those locked doors. I didn't know then what I was about to find or what had been trapped inside all this time. But something told me the night was far from over. The night lingered like a thick fog, pressing against my skin as I leaned back from the door, my breath shallow and quick. I didn't move for a long while. Just sat on the cold, cracked tile floor outside the door, the flashlight dead in my hand, my skin prickling with a quiet, unshakable dread. I told myself to call someone, anyone, but there was no signal. No one to call. Just the silence, complete and suffocating. It wasn't the silence you get when a place is empty. It was the silence of something waiting beneath the surface, of secrets buried too deep for daylight. Eventually, I stood up. I had no idea what time it was. The flickering fluorescent bulbs in the hallway threw a sickly yellow light, buzzing like a swarm of angry insects. The air was cooler here, but the smell hadn't changed. I wiped my clammy palms on my jacket and forced myself to walk to the office. The motel was quiet, except for the distant thud of the old boiler kicking on, rattling through the walls. I flicked on the ancient computer and stared at the check-in system like it might suddenly explain itself. But the screen blinked and froze, the cursor stuck on a room number, 217. Room 217. That was the door I just stood in front of. I tapped the keys, searching for any record, any entry that might explain the guest who wasn't on any log, who the system insisted didn't exist. No check-in time. No name. No payment. Nothing. I leaned back, rubbing my temples. Then, on a hunch, I pulled the dusty ledger from the drawer, the one the old night clerks used before the computer system had been installed. The pages were yellowed and brittle, the ink faded, but the handwriting was still legible, mostly. Room 217. The last recorded guest had checked in almost 4 months ago. 3 names down, then a blank space where the next entry should be. Then nothing. I ran my finger over the page, feeling the roughness of the paper beneath my skin. There had been a note scribbled in the margins, barely visible, gone missing. Reported to police. No trace. The date was from the previous fall. My mouth went dry. The hairs on my arms stood up. That guest, the one behind the locked door, had been missing for months. But why hadn't anyone opened the door? Why hadn't the police followed up? Or the management? I decided I needed answers. Not just guesses or creeping fears. Answers. I grabbed a flashlight from the supply closet, its beam slicing through the darkness as I made my way back to the hallway. The door to 217 was still locked tight. I tried the handle again, no luck. But the key card from the front desk slipped in and out with a soft click, like it was meant to work. I pressed my ear against the wood once more. This time, there was no whisper. No breathing. Just the faint hum of the building settling, the distant rumble of traffic on the highway. I stepped back. The hallway felt colder now, the stale air wrapping around me like a shroud. I glanced down at my phone. Still no signal. I wasn't sure if I should wait for daylight, if that would make any difference, or if I needed to pry this door open myself. But I didn't have the tools. And even if I did, breaking into a guest's room without permission was a bad idea. I knew that much. As I stood there, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of footsteps echoed from the far end of the hall. I froze. "Hey," a voice called out softly. "You still here?" It was Mike, the morning clerk. He must have arrived early. His voice was rough from sleep. I swallowed. "Yeah. Just checking on something." He appeared around the corner, rubbing his eyes. "It's creepy in this place at night, huh? You hear the boiler? Sounds like the whole building's about to come down." I nodded, suddenly aware of how tired I probably looked. "Yeah, it does." Mike shuffled closer, lowering his voice. "You know that old story about this motel, right? About the guests who never leave." I forced a laugh. "You mean the rumors? Ghost stories?" He shook his head. "Nah, not ghosts. People. Real ones. Folks who checked in and never checked out. Rooms sealed off by the previous owner. Management says it's just maintenance or safety issues. But some of the staff say they hear crying. Or banging. Like someone's trapped." My stomach dropped. "That's unsettling." Mike shrugged. "I don't know what to believe. But I do know some rooms have been empty for months. No guest, no housekeeping. Yet the key cards still work. Like someone's in there, but no one's allowed to see." I glanced at the locked door again. The silence felt heavier now. "Have you checked with the cops?" I asked. Mike shook his head. "They say there's no evidence. No reports after the initial missing persons. Maybe the families gave up. Or maybe there's something else going on." The hairs on my neck prickled. "Like what?" He looked down the hall, eyes narrowing. "Like someone's keeping them here. Against their will." I swallowed hard. The idea seemed absurd, but the evidence was piling up. The missing guests, the locked doors, the unexplained noises. Mike glanced at his watch. Shift's almost over. You want me to stick around? Could use some backup on this. I hesitated. The thought of someone else knowing what I'd found made the fear a little less suffocating. Yeah, maybe. We walked back to the office together, the flickering lights casting long shadows that seemed to lean in closer with every step. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching me from behind those locked doors, from the dark corners of the motel, from somewhere just beyond reach. And when I finally sat down to review the guest logs, I noticed something else, something I hadn't seen before. Room 219. The same story. Missing guest. No checkout. No follow-up. But the key card worked. And the door was locked. I knew then that this was no accident or simple oversight. Something systematic was at play. The more I dug, the clearer it became that the motel was a trap, a place where people disappeared, swallowed by silence and neglect. And me? I was in the middle of it. The question wasn't if I'd find out what was behind those doors. It was when. Because now I was part of the story. And the storm was just beginning. I sat back in the cracked vinyl chair, the thin cushion creaking beneath me, and stared at the glow of the computer screen. Room 219. The name circled in my mind like a stubborn fly buzzing close to my ear. Missing guest. No checkout. No staff acknowledgement. Yet the key card worked. Locked, but responsive. It was a contradiction I couldn't shake. The room was both sealed off and accessible. The more I dug, the more I felt the motel wasn't just a building, it was a cage. And I was locking myself inside with every step. I glanced at the clock. 3:17 a.m. The witching hour, people said, but I wasn't inclined to believe in superstition. No ghosts haunted this place, no spirits whispered through cracked plaster. The threat was human, tangible, and far more unsettling. I needed answers. But not the kind you find in dusty files or faded guest logs. I needed to see, to touch, to understand what was happening behind those locked doors. Because whatever it wasn't going away. I grabbed the key card from the counter, room 219, and the cold plastic felt heavier in my hand than it should. The hallway light flickered again, casting a stuttering glow over the peeling wallpaper and scuffed carpet. The silence was almost too loud. I stepped out, the door clicking shut behind me, the lock's metallic sound echoing down the dim corridor. The air smelled stale, a mixture of mildew and something faintly metallic, like old coins left to rust. I hesitated outside 219. My breath caught in my throat. The lock reflected the flickering light, almost mocking me. The key slid smoothly into the slot, no resistance. The door shuddered open, revealing darkness. I flipped on the small flashlight from my pocket, its beam slicing through the gloom. The room was empty. At least, it looked that way at first. The musty smell hit me immediately, thick and suffocating, like old fabric soaked in sweat and neglect. The carpet was threadbare, the curtains drawn tight, blocking the weak moonlight. The bed was made with a thin blanket, creased as if someone had left in a hurry. A half-empty bottle of water stood forgotten on the bedside table, dust settling on its surface. I shuffled inside, the floor creaking beneath me. The walls were scratched, scrawled with initials and dates, some recent, some old. My flashlight beam caught a calendar pinned to the wall, pages torn away recklessly. The last date marked was 6 months ago. Then I noticed the chair turned upside down in the corner, its legs wobbling on the uneven floor. I brushed my hand over the surface, feeling the rough splinters beneath my fingertips. Who would do this? I whispered aloud, the sound swallowed by the room's emptiness. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, the screen lighting up with a message from Sarah. "You okay? You sounded off earlier." I typed back quickly. "Not sure. Found something weird in 219. Her reply was almost immediate. "Be careful. That place gives me the creeps." I pocketed the phone and moved toward the bathroom. The door was locked. I tried the handle, nothing. Stuck. Then I realized the knob had been jammed from the inside. I knocked gently. "Hello?" No answer. I pressed my ear to the door. The faintest sound of breathing? No, just the hum of the building's ancient plumbing. A shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't right. Someone had been here, trapped or hiding. For months. Locked inside their own room. I stepped back, heart hammering. How many other rooms were like this? How many others had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the motel's neglect and silence? I closed the door behind me and hurried back down the hall, the key card heavy in my pocket. The flickering lights above made long shadows that stretched and twisted, like fingers reaching out. I wanted to turn around, run back to the office, lock the door, and pretend I'd never seen anything. But I couldn't. I was already too deep. Back at the office, I pulled out the guest ledger again. Room 219 was just the beginning. There were others' rooms with no check-ins, no recent payments, no calls or complaints. Yet the keys worked. The door stayed locked. I called the motel owner's office number. No answer. Tried the manager. No response. Even the maintenance guy was nowhere to be found. It was as if the entire staff had vanished along with the guests. A dull ache spread through my chest. I realized that I wasn't just stuck here by a job. I was trapped by the motel itself. The exits looked the same as when I arrived, but something about the place had changed. The feeling of being watched had morphed into something heavier, more oppressive. I heard footsteps in the hall outside, slow, deliberate. My breath hitched. I checked the surveillance monitors. Static. The cameras covering the corridors showed nothing but shadows and flickering light. The footsteps stopped. Just outside the office door. I swallowed hard. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. Silence. I stood frozen, listening. Then, a soft scrape against the door frame. Something small. A noise like a key sliding into a lock. I backed away. The door handle moved slightly, but didn't turn. I wasn't imagining it. The door rattled again, more firmly this time. "Look, I don't want any trouble," I said, stepping forward, hands raised like that would help. "If you're here, just say something." Nothing. Then the door clicked. Locked from the outside. I was trapped. A sinking realization spread through me. The motel wasn't just a trap for guests. It was a trap for me now, too. The fluorescent light overhead flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. The emergency bulb kicked on, casting a dim red glow that barely pierced the gloom. I fumbled for my phone, heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. No signal. No calls. No help. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the distant drip of water somewhere deep inside the walls. I sank into my chair and ran a hand through my hair, slick with sweat despite the chill in the air. This wasn't a nightmare I could wake from. This was real. And the motel had just closed its doors on me. The storm outside intensified, rain slashing against the windows with a new fury. Thunder rolled like a warning. I wasn't just a night clerk anymore. I was part of the story now, caught in a place where people disappeared, where locked doors hid more than just secrets. And the question no longer was when I'd find out what was behind those doors. It was how long I could survive before the motel claimed me, too. The emergency light hummed a low, steady drone, the dull red glow painting the lobby in bruised shadows. I kept telling myself I was imagining things, voices in the walls, footsteps that weren't there. But the truth gnawed at me like a rat in the basement, those rooms. The ones nobody checked, the keys that worked without a name on the register. The missing guests, locked away in their own hell. I stood up, the chair scraping hard against the cracked linoleum. The air was thick, humid, and smelled faintly of mildew and something else, sour, metallic. Blood? No, couldn't be. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of panic. I had to move. I needed to see if those doors were still locked or if maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to get inside. The hallway stretched out, a narrow tunnel of peeling wallpaper and flickering bulbs that buzzed like a swarm of angry bees. My footsteps were too loud, echoing up the cracked plaster walls, and every creak of the old floorboards beneath my feet made me flinch. I tried to breathe quietly, but my chest felt tight, like it was about to collapse inward. Room 17. The door was solid oak, paint chipped and faded, the lock rusted but intact. The key I'd found earlier was still in my pocket, cold and slick against my palm. I hesitated, hand hovering inches from the door, the grain rough beneath my fingertips. If I opened it, I was crossing a line. No turning back. I slipped the key into the lock. It turned with a reluctant click, the bolt sliding aside with a grit that sounded like bone scraping. The door creaked open, revealing darkness so complete it swallowed the red emergency glow. The smell hit me first, a sickly, cloying stench of rot and something fouled, like wet earth mixed with stale sweat. I gagged, stepping back. "Hello?" My voice cracked, thin and uncertain. No answer. Just the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of dripping water, steady and slow. The beam from my phone's flashlight cut through the black, landing on cracked tiles and torn curtains hanging limp like shrouds. The room was empty. At least, it appeared so at first. Then I saw it. A thin layer of dust disturbed near the bathroom door, footprints pressed into the grime. They weren't fresh, maybe weeks old, but the shape was unmistakable, a pair of shoes, worn and small. I swallowed hard. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I moved closer to the bathroom. The door was closed, locked from the inside. Faint scratching sounds came from behind it, like fingernails dragging against wood. I pressed my ear to the cold surface. "Hey," I whispered. "If you're in there, I'm coming to help." Silence. Then a soft, desperate tapping, 3 quick knocks. "Help me," a voice barely audible, cracked and raw. I stumbled back, heart hammering against my ribs. The logical part of me screamed to run, to call the cops, but the part that had stared too long at the guest book, the missing names, the locked doors, pushed me forward. I had to know what was inside. Had to. I searched the room for anything I could use. My fingers closed around a broken chair leg, splintered but firm. Without a better option, I pressed it against the bathroom door, levering at the lock. It gave way with a sickening snap. The door swung open. Inside was darkness, thick and suffocating. The air was colder here, mustier, like a tomb sealed for years. My flashlight caught the edge of a figure curled up in the corner, shaking. The person looked up, eyes wild and unfocused, skin pale and clammy. I've been stuck," the voice trembled. "They locked me in. I don't know why. It's been months." The words tumbled out in a rush, mingled with sobs. "Please, you have to get me out." I reached out, kneeling beside her. The woman's hands were trembling violently, and her clothes were torn and filthy. Her eyes darted toward the door, panic flaring. "They come back," she whispered. "They watch. They don't want us free." My stomach twisted. Who? Who's watching? Who locked you in here? She shook her head. "You don't understand. It's not just a motel. It's them. The owners. They hide us, keep us quiet. They don't want anyone asking questions." A sudden crash from down the hall slammed against the walls, making us both jump. My breath hitched. The storm outside was raging harder now, rain slashing against the windows like item. "We have to move," I said, voice low but steady. "Can you walk?" She nodded, pushing herself up with effort. Her legs wobbled, but she was determined. Together, we eased out of the bathroom, moving into the main room, then toward the door. I pulled it closed behind us, silence closing in like a shroud. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoed from the far end of the hallway. The sound sent a cold spike down my spine. Someone was coming. I glanced at the woman, her eyes wide with terror, gripping my arm. "Stay quiet," I whispered. "We don't know who it is." The footsteps grew louder, slow and measured, like someone savoring the hunt. I looked around desperately for a place to hide. The closet? The bathroom? Neither seemed safe. Then the door to room 19 opened with a creak, and a figure stepped out, a man, tall, dressed in a dark jacket that clung to his frame like a shadow. His face was hard to make out in the dim light, but his eyes caught the red glow and locked onto us with a cold, unreadable expression. "Looking for someone?" His voice was calm, almost amused. My heart slammed against my ribs. "We're just lost," I said, voice steady despite the adrenaline burning through me. He smiled, slow and cruel. "This place has a way of making people disappear. Funny that you found her." The woman trembled beside me. I swallowed bile. "Let her go. Please." He stepped closer, and the air between us thickened. No sudden moves. No panic. Just the weight of something far older than the motel's crumbling walls. Power. Control. "I'm the one who decides who stays," he said quietly. "And who leaves." I looked at the woman, her eyes pleading. I'd never been so scared. Not because of threats or screams, but because I could feel the motel itself closing in, suffocating us with its secrets. The man's gaze flicked toward the lobby. "You have two choices. Walk away and forget what you saw, or stay and become part of the story." My throat went dry. The storm outside hammered the windows like a warning, the distant thunder rattling the glass. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I didn't move. Because this was no longer about me. It was about them. About every person trapped behind those locked doors. And whether I had the strength to break the silence. The storm passed in the night, but its echo lingered, the kind of silence that hums after thunder fades. I kept thinking about the woman we found behind that locked door, the one no one was supposed to see. Her eyes, wide and raw, haunted me more than the man's cold certainty. He'd said I could walk away, forget everything, or stay and become part of the story. His voice held a kind of cruel finality, like the motel itself was a cage and I'd just unlocked one of its secrets. I didn't walk away. The morning dragged on, heavy and awkward. I tried to act normal, but the staff avoided my gaze, their faces pale and tight, like they were holding back something too large to say. I caught snippets of hurried whispers behind the manager's closed office door. I wanted to ask, to demand, what had I stumbled into? but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I let the silence stretch, thick and uncomfortable. At some point, the woman Anna, I learned, was taken to a hospital. She was shaky, whispering about days trapped inside a room so dark she couldn't tell if time passed or not. The lock outside was old, rusted shut for months, maybe longer. No one had checked in on her. No one had heard her. That was the real horror. And the man, the keeper of the motel's locked rooms, wasn't just a threat. He was the embodiment of neglect, apathy turned deadly. The motel wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was haunted by people who refused to look. By noon, the police arrived. They moved through the building slowly, opening rooms, uncovering more forgotten faces. Each door revealed stories of despair, a man who hadn't eaten in days, a woman too afraid to leave, a kid who looked like he'd been waiting for rescue that never came. The staff barely spoke, their eyes darting away when questioned. It was as if admitting the truth was a betrayal. I watched all of it, numb. My hands gripped the edge of the desk so tight my knuckles went white. How had I missed this? I'd worked here for months alone at night, but I never saw the signs. The empty bed sheets. The stale air in certain hallways. The way the locks clicked without a guest ever stepping inside. Later, the motel was sealed off. Investigators came and went, their footsteps echoing down the peeling corridors. I was questioned for hours, my voice hoarse from repeating the story I barely understood myself. I told them about the keys that worked on empty rooms, the whispered threats, the man who claimed power over who stayed and who left. They arrested him that evening, the man who controlled the locked doors. He said nothing, just smiled once, a slow, chilling curl of lips that didn't reach his eyes. The kind of smile that made your skin crawl. I looked at him then, really looked, and saw a man who had built his world from fear and silence. A man who didn't need tool to trap people, just the right locks, the right lies, and the quiet complicity of those who chose not to act. In the days that followed, I barely slept. The motel's shadows clung to me, shifting in daylight like they were waiting. I kept hearing voices in the background of my mind, quiet, pleading, desperate. I tried to push them away, but they were part of me now, tangled in my thoughts like the faded wallpaper in that forgotten hallway. I quit the job. I packed my things in a rush, the motel's musty air stuck to my clothes. I didn't want to stay. Not there. Not anywhere near those walls that had swallowed so many lives. But I didn't leave the story behind. Sometimes, late at night, I catch myself reaching for a key that isn't there, hesitating at a door that no one wants to open. It's a reflex now. A warning. The motel taught me that some places don't just hold people, they hold their secrets, their silence, their fear. And once you've seen what's behind those locked doors, you don't forget. I try to tell myself I'm safer now, away from the motel, away from the man and his kingdom of locked rooms. But the truth is, the weight of what I uncovered sits heavy on my chest, a dull ache that no distance can erase. I think about Anna, how she trembled beside me, how her eyes begged for release. I wonder if she's really free now, or if the motel's shadow still clings to her, like it does to me. Sometimes, I wonder if the real horror isn't the locked rooms or the man who controlled them. It's the way people turn away when someone's trapped inside. The way silence can be the loudest prison of all. I don't know what happens next. Maybe this story will fade from newspapers and memory, like so many forgotten guests. Maybe I'll find some peace, learn to live with the echoes. But I'm changed. The motel showed me that horror isn't always about screams or shadows. Sometimes it's the quiet, the unseen, the locked doors no one dares to open. And now, I carry that with me, for better or worse. The nights still catch me off guard, the silence pressing in like a weight. Faces blur, voices fade, but the feeling lingers, an invisible chain rattling just beneath the surface. Maybe that's the real curse, living in the spaces between moments, haunted not by what happened, but by what never did. The motel didn't just change me, it marked me. And some marks never heal. Jenna traced the scar along her wrist absent-mindedly, the edges still raw beneath the sleeve of her jacket. She had promised herself she'd move on, forge new paths, new memories, but the past wasn't content to stay buried. Every night, when the world quieted down and her thoughts began to unravel, the motel's shadow came creeping back. It wasn't just a place, it was an echo, a whisper in her veins that no amount of distance could drown out. Across town, Lucas sat hunched over the cracked wooden table in his dim apartment, a half-empty bottle of whiskey catching the low light. He had spent years trying to drown the silence with noise, music, talk, anything, but the motel's silence was different. It was oppressive. It wrapped around his throat like fog, suffocating and impossible to shake. There was a fissure inside him now, a fracture that no amount of time seemed willing to close. He often wondered if the night's cold grip would ever loosen, or if he was destined to carry that weight forever. Meanwhile, Mara kept her eyes fixed on the horizon from the rooftop, the city's glow blurring beneath her. She walked away, physically, but the motel's presence clung like a second skin. It wasn't just memory, it was a warning etched deep into her psyche. The locked doors, the silence, the things unsaid, they weren't just fragments of a past she wanted to forget. They were pieces of a puzzle she couldn't stop trying to solve. Story 2, Highway Stalker, the van that follows. The night was colder than I expected for early September. The highway stretched out ahead, an endless ribbon of black asphalt under the weak glow of tired streetlights. I'd been on the road for hours, the only company my playlist shuffled through old rock songs and the steady hum of the engine. Nothing unusual about driving back from a late meeting, or so I told myself. I liked the solitude, the way the world narrowed down to just me and the road. It was simple, predictable, but then I noticed it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow, maybe. A fan. Unmarked. Dark blue, or maybe black, I couldn't be sure. It appeared behind me just as I passed an exit sign. I glanced in the rearview mirror, a habit I hadn't shaken since I learned to drive. The van's headlights were dim, or maybe it was just the distance making them blur into the night. It didn't try to pass. Didn't flash its lights or make any sudden moves. Just followed. I shrugged and turned up the radio. "You're imagining things," I muttered to myself, the sound of my voice strange in the quiet cabin. But then it happened again. At the next exit, the same van was there. Same position, same distance. It matched my speed perfectly, neither speeding up nor falling behind. I forced my eyes to focus on the mirror. The driver's window was rolled up, and the silhouette inside was just a dark shape, no details. No face. No telltale sign that told me what they wanted or who they were. The highway was deserted, the kind of place where you expect to see a few trucks or the occasional late-night traveler. But tonight, it was just me in that van. I tried to convince myself it was coincidence. Maybe the driver was heading the same way, taking the same exits. But the pattern was too precise. Every time I slowed down to adjust the temperature or to check my phone for a signal, the van did the same. It was like a shadow, mirroring my movements. When I reached the next rest stop, I pulled in without much thought. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a few trucks parked far away. The air changed as I stepped out of the car, cooler, sharper. The faint buzz of fluorescent lights overhead was the only sound besides the occasional rustle of dry leaves pushed by a hesitant breeze. I looked back down the road. No van. I leaned against the hood, watching the empty highway stretch into the dark. I could feel my pulse, slow but steady. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired, letting my imagination run wild. Still, the thought lingered, like a scratch beneath my skin I couldn't reach. I pulled out my phone and tried to get a signal, not for the first time tonight. The screen blinked, no service. Typical for this stretch of road, but frustrating nonetheless. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but who? My sister was asleep, and my best friend was hours away. Besides, what would I even say? The van could be anywhere by now, or it could still be behind me, waiting for me to get back on the road. I climbed back into the driver's seat, the leather cold against my fingers. The familiar scent of the car, old upholstery mixed with the faint musk of my cologne, was oddly comforting. I adjusted the rearview mirror again. Still nothing. I started the engine, the car humming alive beneath me. As I merged back onto the highway, I scanned the stretch behind. And there it was. The van. Same distance, same speed. No headlights flashing. No sudden moves. Just there. I swallowed hard and tried to focus on the road ahead. The highway twisted gently, and I gripped the wheel a little tighter. The dry night air seemed thicker now, almost pressing against the windows. Why was it following me? The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. I thought about pulling over, maybe calling the police. But what would I say? There's a van behind me, but it's not doing anything wrong. It sounded ridiculous. I told myself to calm down. Rationality was my anchor, even if it felt like it was slipping. I slowed down, hoping to lose it at the next exit. The van matched me again. I sped up. The van sped up. I tried a sharp turn onto a side road, dirt kicking up behind my tires. The van didn't follow. It stayed on the highway, vanishing into the night. Relief washed over me. My hands stopped trembling, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Maybe it was just a coincidence after all. Maybe the driver had other plans, other destinations. But when I finally pulled off the highway a few miles later, choosing the well-lit gas station on the edge of town, I couldn't shake the feeling that the night wasn't quite over. That sense of being watched, followed, even when no one was there. And as I stepped inside, the fluorescent lights flickered briefly, casting long shadows across the linoleum floor. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the glass door, tired eyes, tight jaw, a face trying to convince itself it was safe. I bought a bottle of water and headed back to the car. Outside, the night waited. Silent. Patient. And I wasn't sure if I was ready for what came next. The engine roared to life, breaking the silence, but the unease clung to me like a second skin. I pulled out of the parking lot slowly, hands gripping the wheel a little too tightly. The streetlights blurred as I passed them, the rain starting again in soft, cold droplets. The world outside the windshield seemed distant, like I was watching through a foggy window. Behind me, the taillights of a solitary car flickered into view. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but the way it stayed, hovering there like a shadow refusing to give up, made my heartbeat quicken. I glanced in the rearview mirror, no license plate visible, just a deep red glow staring back. I considered turning down a side street, but the road ahead was clear, and my instinct screamed to keep moving forward. The city was quiet tonight, the usual hum replaced by an eerie stillness that settled over every cracked pavement and empty alleyway. A sudden flash of movement caught my eye, a figure stepping out from the darkness near the curb. I blinked, and they were gone, swallowed by the blackness like a ghost. I shook my head, trying to focus, but the weight of the night pressed down harder. The radio crackled softly, a static hiss breaking the tension, then a voice, distant, distorted. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I swallowed hard, fingers tightening around the wheel. The road stretched out endlessly, and with every mile, The silence seemed less like peace and more like a warning. Maybe I wasn't ready. But whatever waited ahead, it was time to face it. The night didn't so much settle as press in, thick and unyielding. I couldn't tell if the driver was watching me or just content to trail, always pacing, never passing. Neither of us spoke. The silence between us was louder than any engine noise, and it gnawed at my nerves. I flicked the wipers on, even though the windshield was dry, just to break the tension. The rhythmic swish didn't help much. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe I'd imagined the figure on the curb, the distorted voice on the radio. But the fan was real. That I knew. And it wasn't going anywhere. A sudden thought hit me. What if this wasn't random? What if the van's driver knew where I was going? Worse, what if they had been following me for a while, waiting for the right moment? I thought back over the last few hours, trying to recall any odd glances or strange cars. Nothing concrete, just a creeping feeling of being watched. I needed more information. The van's appearance at every exit wasn't coincidence, it was methodical. But why? What was the end game? My phone screen lit up with a message, jolting me. I glanced down, half expecting it to be from someone I knew. Instead, it was an unknown number with a single line, "You're not alone." A cold shiver trickled down my spine. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and forced myself to breathe evenly. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe someone was playing a prank, or maybe I'd misread the signs. I pulled off at the next exit, heart pounding, and parked under the dim light of a flickering street lamp. The van followed, without hesitation, coming to an identical stop a few hundred feet behind me. I sat still, listening to the faint hum of the engine, the distant bark of a dog, the uneven beat of my own pulse. I debated calling the police but dismissed it quickly. What would I say? I'm being followed by a van with no plates, and the driver won't leave me alone? They'd chalk it up to paranoia. Besides, I didn't want to broadcast fear, not like this. Instead, I tried to get a better look. My phone's flashlight barely penetrated the murky outline of the vehicle. No markings, no logo, no clues. Just a blank, matte surface absorbing the weak streetlight. I thought about running. Driving off fast, losing them once and for all. But the van matched every speed change with perfect precision, like a predator stalking its prey. Fast or slow, straight or winding road, it was there. Unblinking. Patient. I leaned back in my seat and swallowed hard. The air inside the car tasted stale, like I'd been holding my breath for hours. Outside, the night seemed to lean in closer, every shadow a potential threat. Then I noticed something else. A faint reflection on the van's side window, a face. Or just the distorted image of streetlights and trees. I blinked and it vanished. The rational part of me said it was nothing, a trick of the light. But something deeper stirred, a whisper of dread I couldn't shake. I needed help. But who? My mind raced through possible allies, friends, coworkers, anyone who might listen without dismissing me as paranoid. I texted Sarah, my closest friend since college, hoping she'd answer. I included a photo I'd taken of the van's grim outline, blurry but unmistakable. Minutes crawled by before her reply came, "Call me now. Don't wait." Her words were an anchor, pulling me from spiraling thoughts. I dialed, fingers trembling. When she picked up, her voice was low and urgent. "Tell me everything," she said. I recounted the night's events, my voice uneven, skipping between disbelief and panic. Sarah listened, silent except for the occasional "and we're okay." When I finished, she sighed. "This sounds serious. You need to get somewhere safe. Can you make it to my place?" I hesitated. It was a good hour away, through roads I barely trusted now. But staying put felt worse. "I'll try. Keep your line open." I hung up, took a deep breath, then started the engine. As I pulled back onto the highway, the van reappeared behind me, like a dark echo. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, testing the space between us. The van didn't budge. My stomach churned. I glanced once more in the mirror. This time, the driver's face was clear, pale, expressionless, eyes fixed straight ahead. No attempt to look away, no gesture, just a blank stare that seemed to pierce right through me. I swallowed hard and tried to focus on the road ahead. But my mind wouldn't let go of the van's silent presence. It felt like a chess game, and I was already 3 moves behind. Suddenly, the radio crackled again. Static at first, then a voice, the same distorted tone from before. "Why run? We just want to talk." I jerked the dial, trying to cut the transmission, but the voice persisted, low and steady, threading through the static. "I'm not running," I whispered, voice cracking. "Just trying to understand." The voice faded, replaced by the hum of the engine and the cold night air rushing past the windows. Ahead, a cluster of lights marked Sarah's neighborhood. I exhaled sharply, relief and dread tangled together. The van didn't slow down. It followed, unwavering. My phone vibrated, a message from Sarah. "I'm coming out. Stay inside your car until I get there." The seconds stretched, heavy with anticipation. Then, headlights approached from a side street, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. The van's engine revved softly but didn't move. It sat there, a silent sentinel as the other car drew closer. I locked the doors, heart hammering, and waited. A hand tapped on my window. I flinched, eyes wide, then relaxed when Sarah's face appeared, illuminated by the porch light. "Get out." "Now," she said, urgency sharp in her eyes. I didn't hesitate. As I stepped out, the night seemed to hold its breath. Behind me, the van's door creaked open. I spun around. Empty. No driver. No one. Just the faint scent of cold leather and burnt rubber hanging in the air, cold and heavy with silence. The van sat waiting, patient. And I realized I might have been wrong. This wasn't just a chase. It was a trap. The van's door creaked again, louder this time, like a groan in the quiet night. Sarah's eyes were wide, darting between the van and me. "This isn't normal," she whispered, voice sharp but trembling. I nodded, unable to speak, fingers gripping the door frame of my car as if it could anchor me to reality. I had to think fast. Every instinct screamed to run, but where? The highway stretched endlessly behind us, the road swallowed by shadows. Ahead, the faint glow of the porch light was the only thing keeping the night from swallowing us whole. "Did you see anyone inside?" I asked, voice low, steady despite the tremor in my hands. "Nothing. No one. But the door was open." She swallowed hard, eyes flicking back to the van. "That doesn't make sense. If someone wanted to scare you, why leave the door open? Why no driver?" I glanced at the van again. The blinking turn signal light, faint, almost imperceptible, was still on. Like it was waiting for us to make the next move. That's when I noticed a small piece of paper stuck under the windshield wiper. A note. I reached for it, fingers stiff, the rough paper scraping against my skin. My breath hitched when I unfolded it. No words. Just a crudely drawn map of the highway, with a red circle around the next exit. Below it, a single phrase written in shaky block letters: "No turning back." "No turning back," I repeated, tasting the words like bitter ash. I looked at Sarah. They want me to keep going. She shook her head, lips pressed tight. Or they want you to think that. I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach. The highway behind us was deserted, sure, but I knew this was no ordinary pursuit. The van's driver, or whoever, was playing a game. A dangerous one. It wasn't about speed or distance, it was about control. I slid back into the driver's seat, heart pounding, the note trembling between my fingers. Sarah climbed in beside me without a word, her presence a fragile lifeline in the suffocating dark. I started the engine. The van stayed where it was, door still open, lights blinking. Then, slowly, it pulled away, following us again, silent but relentless. The highway stretched out before us, black and endless. The exit with the red circle loomed closer, glowing faintly under the passing streetlights. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The van was there. Always there. Matching speed, never overtaking, never falling behind. A shadow tethered to me by some invisible thread. The map's message echoed in my mind, no turning back. I realized then that I hadn't escaped anything. I was deeper in now, trapped on a road that only went forward. And whatever awaited at that exit wasn't a way out. It was the point of no return. I swallowed hard and pressed the accelerator. The van followed. The night air grew colder, thin wisps of fog curling around the tires as I pushed the car harder. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of asphalt swallowed by darkness on either side. The van's headlights glowed faintly in my mirrors, unwavering, like a predator tracking its prey with methodical patience. I tried to shake the creeping dread clawing at my chest. What did it want? Why had it chosen me? But the questions spun useless circles in my mind, each answer slipping further away as the seconds ticked by. Up ahead, the faint glow of the exit signs emerged from the haze, flickering neon digits casting ghostly hues over the wet pavement. Exit 42, Red Bridge Industrial Park. The destination marked on the map, circled in red ink with hurried strokes. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The map had been clear, no turning back. But just what was waiting there? A confrontation? A revelation? Or something far worse? The image of the van lingered, a silent reminder that whatever lay ahead, I was now alone. The exit ramp curved sharply, forcing me to slow. The van did the same, sliding behind me with unsettling grace. I could feel its presence pressing down, a weight in the back of my mind that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. I took the turn and aimed for the cluster of warehouses and abandoned factories lining the park. Shadows pulled between the crumbling structures, their jagged silhouettes like broken teeth against the night sky. The place smelled of rust and decay, the lingering stench of long-forgotten industry. I pulled into the nearest loading bay, the screech of tires echoing off the concrete walls. The van stopped a few yards behind, its engine idling softly in the silence. Through the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of a figure stepping out, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his face obscured beneath a hood. My heart pounded. The air seemed to thicken, every breath sharp and cold. Without thinking, I reached for the glove box and pulled out the small flashlight I had stashed there earlier. Click. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the man's face for the briefest moment. His eyes locked onto mine, cold and unreadable. No words. No recognition. Just that same unyielding gaze. I swallowed hard, searching for any sign, any hint of what this was about. But the man's expression remained a mask of impenetrable silence. The van's door creaked as he moved forward, slow and deliberate. My mind raced. Was this an invitation? A threat? I had no choice but to confront whatever this was head-on. I slid out of the car, the flashlight trembling in my grip. The cold bit into my skin as the man stopped mere feet away. "Why are you following me?" My voice broke the silence, low and steady despite the fear knotting my stomach. He said nothing. Instead, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, extending it toward me. I hesitated but took it. Unfolding the paper revealed a symbol, a circle bisected by a jagged line, the same emblem that had been etched into the old oak tree back at the cabin, the one I had dismissed as graffiti before everything spiraled out of control. Beneath the symbol was a single phrase, written in a hurried scrawl: "Find the key or lose yourself." A chill ran down my spine. The message was a puzzle, a warning, and a challenge all at once. Before I could respond, the man stepped back, his figure already blending into the shadows. "I won't ask again," he said, voice low and gravelly. "Find the key." And with that, he disappeared into the night, leaving me alone in the industrial wasteland, the weight of the map. The man's words lingered in the thick night air, low and gravelly like a warning carved from stone. I didn't move for what must have been a full minute. The distant hum of a half-forgotten factory echoed in the background, mechanical and cold, like a beast breathing in slow, steady gulps. Somewhere far off, a dog barked twice, sharp and startled. The night was no longer just dark, it was heavy. Pressing. As if the shadows themselves were watching, waiting for me to make a move. My fingers curled tighter around the paper. Of course, I had to keep going. I didn't have a choice. Something about that symbol, that message, it wasn't just a threat. It was a challenge. A puzzle. And I'd been dragged into it whether I liked it or not. I slid the paper into my jacket pocket and took a step forward. The gravel crunched beneath my boots, rough and uneven. The street lamp's weak light flickered again, casting long, jittery shadows that seemed to dance just beyond the reach of my vision. I glanced around. No sign of a van. No sign of a man. But I knew better than to believe I was truly alone. The highway was still miles away, a ribbon of black stretching into infinity. The van had been behind me at every exit, matching my speed like a ghost refusing to disappear. Now, in this forgotten pocket of the city, the feeling of being watched was suffocating. I needed answers, but every step forward only tangled me deeper in questions. I pulled out my phone, the screen lighting my face in a pale blue glow. No signal. Great. The cold seeped through my jacket, sharper now, as if the night had turned its breath against me. I tried calling my sister, anyone, but the silence was absolute. The man's words echoed again. "Find the key." What key? Was it literal or some metaphor? I thought back to the cabin, the old oak tree with that same creepy symbol carved into its bark. I dismissed it at first, a prank or graffiti. Now it felt like a sinister breadcrumb trail leading me down a path I wasn't ready to walk. I needed to get back on the highway, to put distance between me and this place, but a sudden sound stopped me cold. Tires skidding. From behind, the unmistakable rumble of an engine. My heart hammered. The van. It had found me again. I spun around just in time to see the unmarked white van slide into the narrow street, engine growling softly but with purpose. It didn't speed up, didn't try to corner me. It just stopped a dozen feet away, headlights off, windows dark and unreadable. I swallowed hard. The driver's door creaked open. A shadow moved inside, slow and deliberate. I couldn't see a face, but I felt the weight of those eyes, cold and calculating. The driver stepped out, hands in pockets, moving toward me with a strange calm I couldn't place. "Why won't you leave me alone?" I said, voice cracking despite my best effort to stay steady. The man tilted his head, then spoke, voice low and steady. "Because you don't understand what you're involved in. This isn't random. His words hit me like a punch. Then tell me. What is it? He paused, glancing back at the fan as if weighing the risk. You're closer than you think. But you're also in danger. The key. It's not just a thing. It's a truth. And some truths can destroy you. I blinked, trying to steady my racing mind. Destroy me how? What are you talking about? He stepped forward, lowering his voice. You want answers? Fine. But you have to come with me. There's a place where the pieces fit, where you'll find the key. I wanted to say no. I should have. Every instinct screamed to run the other way, to get back to the safety of the highway, to call someone, anyone. But my legs didn't move. My hands still held that paper, the symbol pressing cold against my palm. Why should I trust you? He shrugged, a faint smile ghosting at the corner of his mouth. You don't have to. But if you don't, you'll never stop running. And they'll keep coming. The van, the eyes in the dark. The mention of they sent a shiver down my spine. I looked back toward the empty street, the black highway beyond it. The van waited patiently, like a predator with no rush. Something cracked inside me. Maybe it was desperation. Maybe it was the exhaustion of being chased through the night with no end in sight. Or maybe it was the realization that I'd already lost control. All right, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Take me there. The man nodded once, then motioned toward the van. The air smelled faintly of oil and damp concrete, the chill wrapping around us like a shroud. As I climbed inside, the interior was surprisingly clean, the faint hum of the engine vibrating through the floor. The door shut behind me with a soft thud. Darkness pressed in from all sides except the dim dashboard lights. The man slid into the driver's seat, his presence both unsettling and oddly reassuring. The engine roared to life, and the van pulled away from the curb, merging onto a narrower, less familiar road. The city lights faded behind us, swallowed by the night. I watched the road ahead, every muscle tense. The silence in the van was thick, broken only by the steady rhythm of tires on asphalt. I wanted to ask questions, to demand explanations, but the words caught in my throat. After a long stretch, the man finally spoke. You're going to see things tonight that don't make sense. Things you'll want to deny. But you have to stay with me. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Why me? He sighed, a sound heavy with something I couldn't place. Because you've already touched the edge. Because you're the only one who can finish this. The van turned off the main road onto a gravel path, the headlights illuminating gnarled trees and tangled underbrush. The air grew colder, heavier, like the night itself was closing in. Ahead, a small, dilapidated building appeared, half hidden by shadows and creeping vines. The man parked and killed the engine. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. He turned to me, face finally visible in the dim light. His eyes held a strange intensity, an urgency that left no room for doubt. Inside, he said, the key is there. But you need to be ready. I swallowed, my throat dry and tight. The weight of the paper in my pocket felt like a promise or a curse. I stepped out into the cold night air, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. The door creaked shut behind me. And then the darkness swallowed us whole. The door creaked shut behind me, sealing off the van's faint glow and the oppressive weight of the highway behind. Darkness folded around the small building like a shroud, but inside, there was something else, something colder, sharper. I could smell the damp plaster mingling with the faint scent of mildew and old wood, the kind of smell that sticks to your clothes long after you leave. The air inside was thick and still, heavy with the quiet buzz of my own breath and the faint scratch of my boots on the dusty floor. He was standing just inside the doorway, the dim light catching the sharp angles of his face. His eyes didn't waver as he spoke again. "The key is here. You need to understand why it matters, or none of this will make sense." I nodded, though my throat was tight, words caught somewhere between confusion and a cautious hope. I pulled the paper from my pocket, the one that had felt like a curse, now suddenly a fragile lifeline. The ink was smudged, almost illegible in places, but the symbols and scrawled notes whispered secrets I wasn't sure I was ready to hear. "Why me?" I asked again, voice low. "Why am I the only one who can finish this?" His gaze flickered, vulnerable for a moment, as if haunted by something deeper than the night itself. "Because you've been watching. Because you noticed. Most people don't. They just drive by, oblivious." I swallowed hard. It was true. I had noticed the van every time, matching my speed, never overtaking, always there like a shadow glued to my tail. But I had convinced myself it was coincidence, something mundane. A coincidence that had gnawed at me, keeping sleep at bay. "What happens now?" I whispered. He motioned toward a rickety table cluttered with papers, maps, and a faded photograph that made my chest tighten. It was of a small town, the kind of place that looked safe enough in daylight but had secrets buried beneath its surface. "You have to find the truth they don't want you to see. The van, the driver, none of it is random. This is just the beginning." The words hung in the air, heavy and unresolved. I wanted to protest, to say I wasn't ready for something like this, but I couldn't. The cold knot in my stomach told me the night wasn't done with me yet. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the loose window panes. I glanced toward the faint glow that still lingered on the gravel path, a reminder of the van's presence just moments ago. The man's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. "Tomorrow, you'll need to go back. Not just drive. Look closely. Listen. There are signs, patterns in the silence. Patterns. Signs." I had spent so long trying to convince myself the van was just a coincidence, but now it felt like a message, something deliberately placed in my path. The thought made my skin prickle, a mix of dread and reluctant curiosity. I reached out, fingers brushing over the rough edge of the photograph. "And if I don't?" He didn't answer right away. The pause stretched between us, thick with unspoken truths. "Then it doesn't end," he said finally. "Not for you, not for anyone." The weight of that statement settled in my chest like a stone. It was clear now this was no random encounter. The van was a warning, a tether pulling me into something I couldn't ignore. The man's urgency wasn't just about the past or the secrets hidden in that crumbling building. It was about what came next, about a future I was suddenly responsible for. I left the building before dawn, the sky a pale gray ribbon on the horizon. The gravel crunched underfoot, cold and unforgiving. The van was gone, but the echo of its presence lingered, the soft hum of its engine, the way it had haunted every turn of the road. Driving back to the city, the roads looked different in daylight. Familiar, yes, but stripped of the night's illusions. I passed every exit, every junction where the van had appeared behind me, and for a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined it all. But the paper in my pocket, the lingering scent of mildew, the man's words, they were real. Too real. The days that followed were a blur of restless nights and sleepless hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that van, its dark shape sliding behind me like a shadow refusing to let go. I found myself checking every rearview mirror, every reflective surface. The world had shifted. Roads once empty now felt charged, alive with unseen eyes. I tried to explain it to friends, but their eyes glazed over, the conversation stuttering to a halt. Maybe you're just tired, one suggested. Stress, travel. The words felt like a dull item twisting in my chest. No one else had seen it. No one else had felt that cold, deliberate presence. Eventually, I stopped telling anyone. I kept the paper folded carefully in a drawer, a reminder of the night I crossed into something I didn't fully understand. I began to notice other details, cars that lingered a little too long at stoplights, people who seemed to watch from a distance, their faces unreadable in the harsh glare of streetlights. One evening, months later, I caught myself staring down a quiet street, heart thudding against ribs as a dark shape rolled slowly past. No headlights. No markings. Just a black van, like a ghost carved out of asphalt, watching, waiting. I didn't follow it this time. I didn't chase the shadows. I just let it pass. Because some things, I realized, aren't meant to be confronted head-on. Some shadows are better left at the edge of your vision, reminders that the world is larger and more complicated than it seems on the surface. I learned to live with the uncertainty, the gnawing question of what might have been if I'd done things differently. The man's words echoed in my mind, not for you, not for anyone. The threat wasn't just the van or the driver. It was the silence between, the spaces where truths hide and fear takes root. I don't know if I ever really escaped that night, the way the darkness pressed in, the cold certainty that someone was always watching. But I do know this, I changed. Not in some heroic, storybook way. No grand revelations or triumphant endings. My mind raced with possibilities. Just a quiet, stubborn refusal to be invisible, to let fear dictate the roads I travel. The van might still be out there, tracing my path, a low hum behind every mile marker. But I'm not the same person who started driving alone on that deserted highway. I'm someone who's learned to see the edges, to listen to the silence, and to keep moving forward even when the night feels endless. Because sometimes, survival isn't about escaping the darkness. It's about carrying it with you, and learning how to live despite it. Story 3, Silent Device, Haunting Voice from Within. I never thought a small black cylinder could unsettle me so thoroughly. I'd installed it 3 nights ago. A new smart home assistant, the latest model. I'd been skeptical at first, mostly about talking to a device in an empty room, but the convenience was undeniable. Music on command, timers while cooking, reminders for appointments I was always forgetting. The first 2 days went smoothly. Quiet, efficient, almost boring. But then came last night. I was sitting at the dining table, sipping lukewarm coffee that had long lost its charm, when the voice came through. Not a command I'd given, not the usual cheerful tone of the assistant. Just a phrase, soft, deliberate, almost whispered. "You're not alone." I froze. The mug slipped from my fingers, clinking against the ceramic saucer. My skin prickled, the hairs on my arms standing to attention. The room smelled faintly of burnt toast and damp wool, smells I couldn't place but that felt oddly familiar. At first, I thought maybe it was a glitch. These things happen with new devices, right? A misfire of the voice recognition software, some odd echo from a forgotten setting. I scanned the kitchen empty. The front door locked. Windows shut tight against the chill of early spring. No one else should have been here. Still, the words hung in the air, as tangible as the cold draft slipping under the pantry door. I asked the assistant, voice barely above a whisper, "Who's there?" Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. I stood, the floor cold beneath my bare feet, and moved through the apartment. The living room couch, where I sometimes napped after work, was unoccupied. The hallway, with its peeling wallpaper and scuffed baseboards, was empty. I checked the back porch, no footprints, no signs of entry. The device's logs were clean. No external access, No commands recorded other than my own. No sign of hacking or interference. The tech support forums were full of people complaining about glitches, but nothing about voices that sounded like someone standing right behind you. I tried to laugh it off, the kind of nervous chuckle that's supposed to shake away unease but never quite does. Probably just a bug, I muttered to myself, rubbing my forehead. Next time don't install the beta version. But something about that phrase gnawed at me. You're not alone. Who else could it be? The building was old, sure, with paper-thin walls and neighbors who liked to argue late at night, but no one could get inside my apartment unnoticed. I hadn't lost my keys. I double-checked the locks again, the cold metal reassuring. Yet it wasn't just the words. It was how they felt targeted, personal, like a warning. Or a taunt. Later, when I finally got to sleep, my dreams were restless. Shadows crept in the corners of my vision, voices murmured just beneath the threshold of hearing. I woke once, heart hammering, to the low hum of the device's microphone light blinking on in the dark. Today, I tried to convince myself it was nothing. I went about my morning routine: shower, toast with strawberry jam, the usual black coffee, while the assistant sat silently in the corner. The sun was out, casting warm patches of light across the hardwood floor, and the occasional bird call drifted in through the cracked window. But then, as I was leaving for work, it spoke again. Quietly, almost shyly, from the kitchen. Look behind you. I spun around, breath catching, eyes wide. The apartment was empty. No one. Just the faint smell of brewing coffee that I hadn't made. The device's little blue light glowed steadily, innocent and inscrutable. I'm not imagining this. I'm not. I keep telling myself that. But I don't know what else to think. I called the manufacturer's support line. The woman on the other end was calm, polite, but firm. We've had no reports of anything like that. Your device is functioning within normal parameters. Have you checked your network security? Changed your passwords recently? I had. Twice. Everything was locked down tighter than a bank vault. No strange devices connected. No unauthorized access. Maybe it's interference from a nearby device, she suggested. Smart assistants can sometimes pick up stray signals. Like what? I asked. Usually, just garbled commands or background noise. Not coherent messages aimed at you. I hung up feeling more unsettled than before. I started to think about the apartment itself. The creaks and groans that come with old buildings, the way shadows play tricks under streetlights. The neighbor downstairs, a quiet man who sometimes mowed the lawn late at night. The maintenance guy who had keys to all the units but only came around once a month. Could it be him? I didn't know. I didn't want to find out. Tonight, I left the assistant unplugged. The silence was almost heavier without it, the usual low hum of electronics replaced by the distant buzz of the city. I sat by the window, watching the streetlight flicker against the wet pavement, the faint scent of rain in the air. I kept glancing at the dark kitchen counter where the device usually sat, wondering if it would speak again. Wondering if I'd hear those words once more, the ones that felt like a shadow pressing close behind my skin. I know how that sounds, paranoid, maybe. But sometimes, when the world is quiet and the house breathes around me, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, even when no one's there. And that's what scares me most. The night dragged on, the silence in the apartment thick and almost suffocating without the usual hum of the assistant. I tried not to think about the voice, the way it sounded like it was inside the walls, or just behind me, whispering from a place no one could be. It was impossible, and that was exactly what made it so unsettling. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to catch a glimpse of someone standing just out of sight. But the apartment was empty. Always empty. Sleep refused to come, so I decided to turn the assistant back on, hoping that maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe it had been a glitch, a misfire in the software. When I plugged it in, the device lit up instantly, the blue ring glowing softly in the dim room. I waited, breath held, listening. Nothing. No voice. No whisper. Just the usual chime it makes when it's ready. Then, after a few minutes, it spoke. Do you remember what you said? The words came slow and deliberate, low enough to make my skin crawl. I froze, my fingers tightening around the edge of the windowsill. The voice wasn't the usual robotic tone, it was distorted, warped, like someone was speaking through a broken speaker. And yet, it was the same voice. The one I heard before. Who is this? I whispered, my voice cracking. No response. Just silence. I reached for my phone and opened the assistant's app, flicking through the logs. There were no recorded commands, no external accesses, no signs of anyone remotely connecting. The device had been offline for hours until I plugged it back in, and even then, the log showed nothing unusual, only the standard system updates. Nothing that could explain the voice. I scrolled through the list again, slower this time, searching for any anomaly, a stray data packet, a hidden file, something. But the app was clean, pristine, unblemished. It didn't add up. I sat back, swallowing hard. The small kitchen clock ticked loudly, each second hammering in the quiet like a countdown. The next morning, sunlight spilled unevenly through the blinds, slicing the room into bright slivers and deep shadows. I woke with a stiff neck and a dry mouth, the taste of stale coffee lingering on my tongue from the night before. The assistant sat on the counter, silent and unassuming. I debated unplugging it again but resisted. I needed answers. Or at least, I needed to know what was happening. I spent the morning poking around the apartment, checking every door and window, even the vents. Nothing was out of place. No signs of forced entry or hidden people. The neighbor downstairs was gone, his car wasn't in the parking spot, and the lawn was untouched. I tried to call him but got his voicemail. No reply. The maintenance guy wasn't due until the end of the week. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here, had to be here. But how? The locks were secure, the windows latched tight. I wasn't crazy. Was I? I decided to reach out to Liam, my coworker from the tech office, someone who knew more about these devices than I ever could. He owed me a favor, and I needed to talk to someone who wouldn't dismiss my concerns as paranoia. We met after work at a small cafe a few blocks from my place, the kind with flickering neon signs and the smell of burnt coffee beans hanging in the air. Liam was already there when I arrived, scrolling through his phone with that distracted look he always wore when he was thinking about a problem he couldn't solve. I wasted no time. Liam, something weird's going on with my assistant. He looked up, brows knitting. Weird how? I explained the voice, the messages, the silence, and the clean logs. It's like someone's inside my apartment, but there's no one here. And the device shows no sign of hacking. Liam leaned back, rubbing his chin. Could be a bug in the software. Maybe a weird glitch that's not in the logs. But the voice distorted, like it's coming from inside the house. That's unusual. Right? I thought maybe someone's messing with me. But who? And why? He tapped a finger on the table, thinking. Have you checked the network? Like all the devices connected to your Wi-Fi. Could be a device spoofing the assistant. I did. Nothing out of the ordinary. No new connections, no unknown devices. It's just me and my phone. Liam frowned. Okay, so it's not external. What about the maintenance guy? You said he has keys? Yeah, but he only comes once a month. And I'd know if he was in here. Could be someone else with access, Liam said. A friend of a friend? Someone who knows your routine? I shook my head. No one like that. He sighed. All right, let's try something. I'll help you set up a little surveillance. Not cameras, too obvious, but some smart plugs that log power usage. If someone's here, turning devices on or off, it'll show. I nodded, grateful for the plan. It was something concrete, something I could hold on to. I didn't want to live in this constant state of not knowing, this waiting for the next voice, the next whisper. Back at my place, we spent the evening installing the plugs and setting up alerts on my phone. Liam joked about turning me into a spy, but I wasn't laughing. The apartment suddenly felt smaller, tighter. The walls seemed to lean in closer, watching. That night, the assistant was on again. I left the living room light dim, the curtains pulled slightly apart so I could see the street. The rain had returned, tapping softly against the glass, a steady, calming rhythm. I waited. Hours passed. Then, the voice came again. Look behind you. I spun around, heart hammering, eyes scanning the empty room. Nothing but shadows and the faint smell of damp plaster from the hallway. The assistant's blue ring pulsed softly, as if breathing. My hands trembled. It wasn't a glitch anymore. It was a message. A game. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. Instead, I whispered, "Who are you?" No answer. Only the rain, steady and cold against the window. The next morning, my phone buzzed with an alert from the smart plugs. Power usage spiked at 3:17 a.m. in the bedroom. I checked the logs again. Nothing else unusual. But the reading was clear. Someone, or something, had been in the bedroom that night. I didn't sleep. I paced the floor, the dull ache in my chest growing heavier. The apartment no longer felt like a refuge. It was a trap. I called Liam. The plugs picked up something. Good, he said. Now we have proof. We can figure this out. But even as he spoke, I knew this was only the beginning. Whoever or whatever was here wasn't done. And I wasn't safe, not in my own home. A creak from the hallway made me freeze. I held my breath, every nerve screaming. Silence. Then, a whisper through the assistant, softer than before. Welcome home. I stayed frozen in the hallway, ears straining for the smallest sound. The rain hammered against the window like a warning drum, steady and relentless. The blue ring on the assistant glowed faintly, a quiet pulse that matched the thudding rhythm in my chest. I wanted to convince myself it was nothing, just the house settling, or the wind shifting, but the power spike at 3:17 a.m. haunted me like a shadow I couldn't shake. Someone had been in my bedroom. Someone had moved through my space while I was supposed to be alone. The silence stretched so long it morphed into something else. Thicker. Denser. The kind of silence that presses on your ears until you imagine a whisper, a footstep, a breath. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and cold sweat bitter in my mouth. I reached out slowly and flicked the light switch. The hallway lamp sputtered on, casting long, trembling shadows along the peeling wallpaper. The faint smell of damp plaster hung in the air, mingling with the sharp metallic tang of the rainwater dripping somewhere behind the walls. I didn't move. My hands still shook. I wanted to shout, to call someone, but the voice caught in my throat. Instead, I edged back toward the living room, eyes darting to every corner. The assistant sat on the shelf, innocuous and silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling it was watching me, like it was waiting for me to make the next move. The thought made the skin on my neck prickle. I sank onto the couch, trying to steady my breath. The room felt smaller now, the walls closing in. I ran a hand through my hair and glanced at my phone. Liam had texted twice. Both messages read the same: "Call me. Now." I didn't want to, but I did. The screen lit up, and his voice came through, low and urgent. "Did you check the assistant's logs again?" "I did," I said, voice barely above a whisper. Nothing. No new activity, no external access, no commands. But the power spike, someone was in my bedroom. I know it. There was a pause. Okay. Listen. We need to consider that the threat isn't digital. It's someone physically inside your place. But how? You said your locks are solid. They are. I checked every door and window. Nothing's open. Nothing's forced. I ran my fingers over the cold armrest, trying to focus. But that means they're still here. Or they can get in without leaving traces. Liam sighed. That's a nightmare. It means whoever this is knows your routine, your space. They're watching. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, the quiet click of the call ending louder than the rain. My apartment felt like a cage. I got up, pacing again, restless and sharp. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, the metal cool and familiar in my hand. It was an old habit from camping trips, something about holding a focus beam made the dark less threatening. I started checking the room, with its faint smell of dust and decays, slow and deliberate. The bedroom door creaked when I opened it. The sheets were rumpled, but I'd been tossing and turning all night. No sign of anyone else. But then, the window. The latch had been loosened, subtle but unmistakable. Not open, but almost. I slid my fingers along the sill, rough with splintering under my touch. Someone had been here. Someone had tried to get in or out. That realization hit me harder than anything else. This wasn't random. It wasn't a glitch or a prank. It was calculated. And it was ongoing. I checked the assistant again, scrolling through every log, every entry, every whisper of data. Nothing. No connection from outside networks. No commands issued. Yet the voice messages kept coming, soft, cryptic, like someone hiding just out of sight. Then I heard it. A faint click from the hallway. Not loud enough to be footsteps, but deliberate. A sound of a switch or a lock engaging. I froze. The flashlight beam wavered in my hand. Who's there? My voice cracked. Silence. I edged toward the hallway, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The air was colder here, and a faint draft stirred the curtains. I crouched near the nearest door, pressing my ear against the rough plaster. Nothing but the rain and the distant hum of traffic. Then the assistant's light flared bright blue. The voice came again, clearer this time. You can't leave. The words hit me like ice water. Not a glitch. Not a joke. You are mine now. I dropped the flashlight. It clattered on the floor, the sound sharp and final. I backed away, tapping the assistant's surface with trembling fingers. No, I whispered. No, this isn't real. But the device pulsed steadily, as if breathing. The voice repeated, softer. Don't look around. Don't move fast. I swallowed, eyes wide, breath shallow. The room suddenly seemed too quiet, too still. I glanced at the front door. Locked. The windows. Locked. Every exit sealed. My phone? Dead battery. I'd left my charger at work. I was trapped. The rain intensified, drumming harder against the glass, masking any sound from outside. I couldn't call for help. I couldn't run. I was locked inside with a voice that wasn't mine, coming from a device I'd invited into my home. Panic rose, hot and thick, but I forced it down. I reminded myself that this was a person. A human. Someone who wanted to scare me, to control me. Maybe even to watch me. But why? And how? I paced again, faster now, trying to think. Then I noticed the assistant's screen flicker, a new message scrolling slowly. Look behind you. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing. The empty room stared back. No shadows moved. No one. Yet I felt it. The weight of eyes. The brush of unseen breath at my neck. I grabbed my phone and tried to turn it on. Black screen. Dead. I sank to the floor, cold seeping through the thin carpet. The voice came again, calm and certain. You can't hide. You can't leave. This is your home now. The light on the device dimmed, pulsing slower, but the threat hung heavier in the air than any words. I realized then there was no turning back. No escape. The house itself had become a prison, the walls closing in with each message. I had crossed a line, invited something dangerous inside, not just into my home, but into my mind. And whatever was behind those messages wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Outside, the rain kept falling, relentless and cold. Inside, I waited, every nerve screaming for a way out. But there was none. Only the silence, the dark, and the voice that had claimed my home as its own. The voice had stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. The smart assistant's light flickered slowly, like a heartbeat barely alive. I stared at it, willing it to say something else, anything. But the house held its breath, waiting. I finally forced myself up, my legs shaky, knees scraping against the floor as I rose. The darkness felt thicker now, heavier, like a wet blanket smothering the room. My phone was dead. Dead. No brightness, no vibration, no life. It was as if the entire world had gone silent with it. I crept to the hallway, each step measured and soft. The house felt different in the dark. Less familiar. Shadows pulled in the corners, bent around furniture in impossible shapes. The air smelled stale, a mix of damp plaster and something faintly metallic. I swallowed hard. That smell wasn't right. It wasn't just the rain. Who's there? I whispered, voice cracking. No answer. Nothing. The silence stretched. I reached the kitchen. The faint glow from the street lamp outside spilled through the window, casting jagged shadows across the counter. I ran my hand over the cold surface, searching for anything out of place, a note, a dropped item, a mark. Nothing. The assistant sat on the small island, its light now almost imperceptible. I checked the logs again on my laptop, which thankfully still had power. No external connections. No signs of anyone remotely accessing the device. The messages, the voice, it had to be someone inside. Someone in the house. I felt the walls closing in. The house was supposed to be my sanctuary. Now it felt like a cage. A sudden movement caught my eye. The curtain near the back door fluttered slightly, though the windows were closed. I froze. The air shifted, colder now, sharper. I stepped closer, and the faintest sound reached me, a soft, almost inaudible breath, like a whisper tarried on the cold draft. My pulse thudded painfully in my ears. I reached to pull the curtain aside. The backyard was empty. The rain slicked the ground, making the grass glisten under the dim streetlight. No footprints, no sign of anyone. I traced the edge of the door frame with my fingers, feeling the rough wood, the chill seeping through the glass. I closed the door and locked it, though I knew it wouldn't stop whoever or whatever was inside. Back inside, I glanced toward the living room. The dim outline of the couch looked distorted in the darkness. I thought I saw something move there, a shadow. A trick of the light. My breath caught, and I forced myself to step forward. "Show yourself," I said, voice steadier than I felt. The assistant's voice cut through the silence, cold and clear. "You can't hide. You can't leave. This is your home now." My hands trembled. The words weren't just recorded or played back. They were alive. Someone was speaking through it, watching me. I backed away toward the stairs, heart hammering in my chest like a warning drum. The upstairs door was cracked open, darkness spilling out like ink. I debated running up there, but something held me back. Fear, sure, but something else. A part of me wanted to understand, to confront. I climbed, slow and deliberate, each step creaking under my weight. Upstairs, the hallway was narrower, shadows pooling at every corner. The temperature dropped again. I could see my breath fogging the air. The house had gone cold. At the end of the hall was my bedroom door, slightly ajar. I reached out, hand shaking, and pushed it open. The room was empty, but the bed was rumpled, sheets twisted as if someone had just been there. I moved toward the window and pulled aside the curtain. The street was empty, rain still falling, leaving everything wet and dark. No sign of footsteps, no sign of anyone. Then the assistant spoke again. "You're not as alone as you think." The words sent a shiver down my spine. I spun around, eyes wide, searching. Nothing but shadows. I ran my fingers over the bedside table, feeling the rough grain of the wood beneath my palm. My phone vibrated suddenly in my pocket, making me jump. I pulled it out, screen lighting up with a single message. "Look behind you." I whipped around, breath catching. Nothing. Just the crooked lamp casting an uneven glow. The message wasn't from a number I recognized. It wasn't a text. It was somehow linked to the assistant. But the log said no external access. No one had hacked the system. I sank to the floor again, head in my hands. The air smelled faintly of something else now, something acrid, like burnt plastic. I looked around. The lamp's cord was melting slightly where it touched the carpet. The heat was enough to singe the fibers. Panic surged. This wasn't just psychological anymore. Whoever was in the house had started to manipulate the environment, to toy with me physically. I scrambled up and moved to the door. Locked. I rattled the handle. Locked tight. I checked the windows. All latched. The assistant's light pulsed, slow and steady, but the voice was silent now. I realized the game had changed. It wasn't just about words anymore. It was about control. The rain pounded harder outside, like an urgent warning. I paced, hands rubbing my arms, trying not to think about how long this could go on, how far this person or persons would push before breaking me. Suddenly, a faint tapping began from the wall behind me. Soft at first, then faster, like fingernails drumming a message. I pressed my ear to the plaster, trying to decipher it. The pattern was deliberate. Tap. Tap, tap. Tap. Tap, tap, tap. It was a rhythm. A code. I backed away, heart thundering. The silence reclaimed the room. I sat against the wall, knees pulled up, mind racing. I had no idea who was doing this, why, or how they had even gotten in without me seeing them. But one thing was clear, I wasn't safe. Not here. Not anywhere in this house. I stood and moved toward the door again, determined to find a way out. I needed to call someone. Anyone. But my phone was dead again, the screen black as the night. The assistant's light flickered once more, then dimmed to almost nothing. You can't leave. The words echoed in the room, louder than before, filling the space with a cold certainty. Outside, a dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden. The rain slowed, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. And then, from somewhere deep in the house, I heard the slow, deliberate creak of a floorboard upstairs. My breath caught. I wasn't alone. Never had been. Not really. I didn't want to look. But I had to. I reached for the stairs. Every step was a gamble. Every sound a question I wasn't sure I wanted answered. The unknown waited just above. And I was running out of time. The stairs groaned under my weight, each creak a loud knock in the hollow silence of the house. I reached the landing and leaned against the wall, fingers tracing the rough plaster. The house smelled cold and dry, like it had been holding its breath for weeks. I told myself the creak was nothing, just old with settling. But the memory of those chilling words, "You can't leave," echoed louder than ever. Not from some ghost, I reminded myself. No phantoms here. Just someone human. Someone who had been inside these walls without me knowing. I moved forward, every step deliberate, feeling the floorboards shift beneath me. The bedroom door at the end stood slightly ajar. A thin crack of light escaped into the hall, flickering like a candle in a breeze. I reached out and pushed it open. The room was empty. The bed unmade, tangled sheets like the aftermath of a restless sleep. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. No one. The window was locked. The closet doors closed tight. Yet, I could still feel it, like the room was waiting, holding its secret just out of reach. I turned back toward the stairs, and the assistant's voice broke the silence. "Why do you hide?" it said. The voice was softer now, almost coaxing, but still laced with that impossible certainty. I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice cracking. "What do you want?" No reply. Instead, the light flickered twice and went dark. I was alone again. Or so I hoped. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the cold wooden floor, back against the wall, phone dead in my pocket, and the assistant silent. No more messages. No more voices. Just the low hum of the house breathing around me. Morning came slow. The gray light filtered through the curtains, dull and uninviting. I didn't sleep. How could I? I kept hearing the creak of those floorboards, imagining feet moving just beyond my sight. I kept seeing the faint glow of that light, the impossible presence lurking inside the house. But daylight was a kind of armor. I could think. I could plan. I started with the assistant. I unplugged it, stared at the device for what felt like hours, then plugged it back in. The startup chimes sounded cheerful, innocuous. The light blinked steady and bright, nothing strange. I checked its logs again. No external access, no commands from any devices, no recorded sounds other than my own voice. It didn't make sense. The messages had to come from somewhere. I searched the house, every closet, every nook, every crawl space. No sign of anyone. No hidden camera, no speaker, no device that could mimic voices. Nothing. I called a friend, someone who worked in IT security. I told her everything. She listened quietly, then said, "It sounds like someone got physical access to the device, maybe tampered with the firmware. Could be a hacker who's inside your network, or worse, inside your house. But the fact you hear it live, no logs, means they're probably close. Really close." That didn't comfort me. I spent the next few days in a state of tense vigilance. I set up manual cameras of my own, old-fashioned ones with blinking red lights. I changed all my locks. I stayed with a neighbor once or twice when the nights got too long. The assistant stayed unplugged on the kitchen counter, silent and inert. And still, I wasn't safe. One evening, I sat in the living room, the house quiet except for the rain tapping softly against the windows. The assistant sat there, dark and lifeless. I wanted to believe it was over. But then, the device flickered. A soft voice broke the silence. "Look outside." I hesitated. My fingers trembled. I stood and moved to the window. The street was empty, puddles rippling under the street lamps, the shadows long and shifting. I saw no one. I turned away, heart hammering. "Not there," the voice said. "Here." I looked down at the counter. The assistant's light blinked again, then the screen flashed an image. It was grainy, black and white, but unmistakable, my neighbor's porch light. The same porch light I'd seen from my kitchen window. I swallowed hard. I didn't know what to believe anymore. The next day, I confronted my neighbor. A quiet man, polite but distant. He looked surprised when I asked if anyone had been near his house recently. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I haven't left all day." I believed him. I wanted to believe him. But the implications gnawed at me. Someone was sending messages through the assistant, watching me. Maybe from the house next door. Maybe from somewhere closer. I realized then that the device wasn't just a tool. It had become a conduit. A way for someone to invade not just my space, but my mind. Weeks passed. The messages stopped. The assistant stayed unplugged. I replaced it with nothing. I didn't want another voice in this house. Not another presence lurking in the wires. I changed. Subtly, maybe. I stopped trusting the quiet. I moved with a new caution, eyes always on the shadows, ears straining for voices that might not be there. I avoided being alone. The house felt different. Hollow, like a shell. I kept the curtains closed more often, the lights dimmed low. The silence was heavy, but it was mine. I started keeping a journal again, trying to make sense of what happened, to find order in chaos. Writing helped, but it never erased the feeling of being watched. The assistant's voice haunted the edges of my mind, those cryptic messages, the impossibility of their origin. I thought about calling someone, counseling, therapy, maybe even the police. But what would I say? That I'd been trapped in my own home by a voice in a machine? That no one knew who had broken into my life without leaving a trace? I realized the real terror wasn't the voice itself. It was the uncertainty. The invisible presence that could be anywhere and nowhere. The way it made the familiar strange and the safe unsafe. One night, months after the last message, I dreamed the assistant spoke again. Not with words, but with silence. A pressure in the room, the faintest hint of breath on my neck. I woke gasping, the sheets tangled around me like a shroud. I don't know if it was a warning or a memory. Maybe both. The house is quiet now. the assistant gathering dust on a shelf. But sometimes, when the wind shifts just right and the shadows lengthen, I catch myself listening for a voice that will never come. And I wonder if I ever really left that night. Or if, in some way, the house and whoever was inside it left with me. Story 4, The Shifting Canvas, Silent Watchers Move. Moving day was colder than I expected for early April. The studio was tucked away on the outskirts of town, a stone's throw from the edge of the woods. I'd seen the listing in a magazine, secluded artists retreat with natural light and rustic charm. The photos made it look like a dream. In reality, the walls were rough plaster, cracked in places, with that faint, persistent smell of damp wood and old paint. The floorboards creaked in a way that made me jump the first night I slept there. I'd left the city behind, too many people, too much noise, and my own paintings felt crowded by the constant buzz of life. I told myself I wanted space, silence. Time to work without interruption. And for a week, it was exactly that. The mornings were quiet except for the occasional bird call or the distant bark of a dog. I liked that. It felt like the world was holding its breath just for me. On the first morning after I moved in, I made coffee in the tiny kitchen nook, the kettle hissing sharply, steam fogging my glasses. I wiped my hands on my jeans and turned toward the studio room, ready to start the day's work. The light was good, soft, diffused by the thin curtains, dust motes floating lazily in the beams. I glanced at the canvas standing on the easel and saw the outline of yesterday's work. A cityscape, jagged and vibrant, but somehow still incomplete. I picked up a brush, dipped it in a mix of blues and grays. Then I froze. Something was off. Not the painting itself, I'd left it on the easel exactly as I'd worked the night before, but the angle. The perspective felt wrong. Buildings that should have leaned slightly to the left now seemed to tilt subtly right. A window that I was sure I'd painted square was skewed. The shadows didn't match how I'd imagined the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows falling. I blinked. Walked around the easel. Squinted. Maybe I'd been half asleep when I painted last night. Maybe my mind was playing tricks. I reached out and touched the canvas, feeling the texture of the dried paint. No smudges, no fresh strokes. Nothing new. But the scene looked changed. I shook my head and laughed quietly. You're losing it, I told myself. You spend too long with your own work. That afternoon, I set up the studio with my usual routine: clean brushes, fresh water, the little wooden box of pigments I'd carried across 3 different apartments. I felt restless, though, like something was just out of place. I noticed the floor again, the way one of the floorboards near the door creaked louder than the rest. Maybe a rat. No, I hope not. I don't like rodents. After dinner, I sat by the window and watched the darkening trees. The wind had died down. A few stars were out. The house across the way was dark, but I thought I saw a flicker of movement behind one of the curtains. I blinked. Nothing. Probably a trick of the light. That night, sleep came in fits. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, outside the studio door. I held my breath and listened. Silence. Complete silence. I told myself I was imagining things. I was alone here. The next morning, I woke early with the sun, the cold still pressing against the thin glass. I made coffee again, the bitter taste grounding me in the day. I turned to the canvas. The change was unmistakable this time. The cityscape had shifted again, smaller details, subtle but definite. A lamppost that had been crooked now stood straight. A figure I swore hadn't been there before now lingered near a corner building, blurred but unmistakably human. I stepped back, heart suddenly racing, palms clammy. I wasn't imagining it. Someone had been in the studio after I'd gone to sleep. I checked the door. Locked. The windows? Locked too. I'd been careful, paranoid, even after moving into a place that felt so exposed despite its isolation. I paced the room, eyes darting to every shadow. The faint smell of turpentine was stronger today, but that was normal, wasn't it? Or was it? I pulled the curtains wide and looked out. The path leading to the studio was overgrown. Hardly anyone could sneak in unnoticed. Yet, the feeling of being watched sat heavy on my chest. I wanted to call the police, but what would I say? Someone's been changing my paintings. It sounded ridiculous. And yet, I couldn't shake the image of those subtle changes. The careful, deliberate adjustments. It was as if someone had been studying my work, learning it, maybe even mocking me. Later, I found myself checking every lock, every window latch, even the hinges on the door. I ran my fingers along the rough plaster walls, searching for a crack or a hidden space. Nothing. But the unease lingered. In the evening, I tried to distract myself. I flipped through a book of Monet's water lilies, hoping the soft colors would calm me. The wind picked up again, rattling the windows, and somewhere far off, a dog barked. I closed the book and stared at the darkening studio. Maybe it was just the adjustment. Moving to a new place always threw me off. Or maybe I'd been careless, left the door unlocked one night. But the thought of someone inside, watching, waiting, it made my skin crawl. I resolved to be more careful. To lock everything up tight. To set a schedule for painting, so I could notice changes faster. But even as I thought it, I realized the studio had already changed me. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was a warning. That night, I left the studio light on. And waited. The light stayed on all night. Morning came with a brittle gray light that seeped through the curtains, cool and unwelcome. I lay still for a long time, staring at the ceiling, the faint hum of the electric light buzzing in the quiet. The smell of damp plaster and turpentine hovered in the air, mixing with the faint metallic tang from the old radiator sputtering in the corner. I didn't rush to the easel. Instead, I brewed coffee slowly, the bitter steam grounding me, the mug warm between my hands. I felt the weight of last night pressing down, a dull ache behind my eyes. What if I was imagining things? The subtle shifts in my paintings, was it just my brain playing tricks after too many lonely hours staring at the same canvases? But no! I knew better. I moved to the studio room, each step careful, deliberate. The door creaked just enough to remind me of its age, a sound I'd come to associate with the house's slow decay. The air was colder here, heavier somehow. I stood before the canvas I'd worked on yesterday, the portrait of the woman in the red scarf, with a strange hesitation. The difference was there again. The angle of her gaze had shifted slightly, just by a fraction. Her eyes no longer looked directly at the viewer but slightly off to the right, as if following something unseen. The folds of her scarf caught the light differently, the shadows deeper, more pronounced. I ran my fingers over the rough surface, eyes narrowing. This wasn't a mistake in my own brushwork, it was deliberate, meticulous. Someone had been inside. I stepped back, heart hammering. The studio door was locked when I left last night. I was sure of it. The windows too. The locks on the cabinets where I kept my paints and brushes untouched. And yet, someone had been here. Someone who knew the studio well enough to move quietly, to study my work without disturbing a single thing. I felt exposed, like a bug under a magnifying glass. The thought made me shiver. I spent the morning methodically examining every corner of the studio. The floorboards creaked underfoot, uneven and worn in places where years of footsteps had left their mark. In the far corner near the small sink, I noticed faint scuff marks, too light to be dirt, too precise to be accidental. I crouched down, tracing them with a finger. They looked like footprints, partially faded but distinct enough to suggest someone had shuffled through recently. I pulled the studio's only chair closer to the window and sat, staring out at the overgrown garden beyond. The sky was a dull sheet of cloud, the wind tugging at the bare branches of the nearby trees. Somewhere, a bird called out a distant, solitary cry that sounded almost mournful. The isolation was starting to get to me. I pulled out my phone and called Emma. "Hey," she answered after a couple of rings, her voice bright but tired. "Didn't expect to hear from you so early." "I just needed to talk," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Something's off here." There was a pause. "What do you mean?" I hesitated. Explaining the subtle changes in my paintings sounded ridiculous out loud. "I think someone's been inside the studio. At night. Moving around. Studying my work." "What? Are you serious?" Her voice dropped an octave, sharp with disbelief. "I know how that sounds. But I'm not crazy. I checked all the locks. There are footprints. The paintings, they're different every morning. Someone's watching me, Emma." She was silent for a moment. Then, softer, "Have you told the landlord?" "The police?" "No," I admitted. "I don't want to overreact. I don't even know if it's someone dangerous. But it feels like a warning. Like they want me to know they're here. Maybe you should get a camera. Something, at least." "I thought about that," I said, "but there's no Wi-Fi here, and setting anything up feels risky. What if it provokes whoever it is?" "Okay." Her tone was cautious but supportive. "Just promise me you'll be careful." "I will," I said, though I wasn't sure I meant it. After the call, I walked the perimeter of the studio. The garden was tangled with weeds, the brick path cracked and uneven. I found no sign of recent disturbance outside, no footprints in the damp earth or broken branches that might suggest someone had squeezed through a window or slipped in unseen. But the footprints inside, the faint scuffs near the sink, couldn't be ignored. Back inside, I pulled out a notebook and scribbled down everything I'd noticed so far. Dates, times, descriptions of the changes in the paintings. I tried to map a pattern, but there wasn't one yet. Only the sense that this intruder was patient, waiting for me to catch on. I thought about the previous tenant, the artist who had lived here before me. There had to be some history, something I was missing. Maybe a stalker? A bitter admirer? Someone who resented me moving in, or just craved the studio itself. Then I remembered the landlord's offhand comment when I moved in, "The place has a way of keeping you company, if you're not careful." I'd laughed it off at the time, but now it sounded like a thinly veiled warning. The afternoon sun filtered weakly through the grimy windows, casting a cold light over the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I set up the canvas again, reluctant but determined to keep painting. If I could keep a schedule, maybe I'd catch the intruder in the act, or at least make the changes more obvious. As I worked, I noticed something else, the smell. It was faint, but there, like wet earth after rain mixed with the sharp bite of turpentine. But underneath, something else lingered, something metallic, like rust or old blood. I pinched my nose, trying to clear my head. I was probably imagining it. Then, just as I was about to take a break, I heard it. A soft tapping. 3 quick knocks, coming from the studio door. I froze. The brush slipped from my fingers, thudding against the floor. My breath caught in my throat. The tapping came again, slow and deliberate. I wanted to scream. to bolt outside, to call Emma back and beg for help. Instead, I walked to the door, every nerve screaming, and looked through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway outside was empty, the dim light from the single bulb above flickering weakly. No sign of anyone. I stepped back, heart racing. The door was still locked. Had I imagined the tapping? Or was it a message left just for me? The studio suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in. The silence after the knocking was worse than the noise itself. I listened, straining to catch any other sounds, footsteps, breathing, a shadow sliding past the window. But there was nothing. I moved to the window and pulled back the curtain, scanning the garden. No movement. Just the skeletal branches swaying and the gnarled roots tangled in the dirt. I had no idea who was out there, or what they wanted. Only that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The hallway stayed silent, empty as far as I could tell, the faint hum of the flickering bulb overhead pulsing like a warning. I stood there, staring at the door, the paint peeling at its edges like dry skin. The brush lay on the floor a few feet away, a dull smear of cobalt blue across the wooden planks. My hands trembled too much to pick it up, so I let it be. That tapping. 3 short knocks, then slow, deliberate ones. I'd counted them in my head. Tried to convince myself it was nothing. A loose shudder in the wind, an echo from the street maybe. But the sound had a rhythm, like a message. Someone trying to get inside without breaking the lock. I swallowed hard. The stale air in the studio tasted like dust and old varnish, thick on my tongue. I didn't want to believe someone was actually here. Not really. Not inside my sanctuary. But doubt was a poison, I could feel it spreading. I turned away from the door and back toward the easel. My latest painting sat there, drenched in the weak yellow light. The cityscape I'd started 2 days ago, the one I'd found shifted again this morning. The angle was subtly off, buildings leaning a little too far, shadows stretching unnaturally long. It was as if someone had been inside, watching, learning how I saw the world and then twisting it. I stepped closer, fingers itching to touch the canvas, to confirm I wasn't losing my grip on reality. The surface was cool, the brush strokes rough beneath my fingertips. No new smudges, no fingerprints this time. But the perspective was undeniably different. Someone had been here, had stood where I stood. That realization hit me like a fist to the chest. Someone wasn't just watching, they were studying me, my work, my habits, maybe even me. The thought made my skin crawl. I looked around the room, eyes darting to every shadowed corner. The old radiator rattled softly, metal contracting in the chill night air. A rat's scurry echoed faintly from the floorboards. But no footsteps, no breath. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed even now. I paced, unsure whether to call Emma or just lock the door and pretend none of it was happening. I needed answers, but I was already too deep into this place. Too committed. It wasn't just the paintings anymore. The small shifts, the misplaced chair, the faint scent of cigarette smoke that hadn't been there before, the way the blinds were ever so slightly crooked. I tried to convince myself it was me, forgetfulness or exhaustion, but the evidence stacked up like a silent accusation. I sat down heavily on the workbench, the rough wood biting through my jeans. The studio smelled like turpentine and something else, something metallic and sharp. Blood? No, I told myself. That was ridiculous. Maybe the old pipes were leaking again, or some rusted pipe burst somewhere nearby. My phone buzzed on the table. Emma's name flashed across the screen. My breath caught. I swallowed and answered with a shaky hello. "Hey," she said, voice low. "I've been trying to reach you. You sound Off. I blinked, trying to steady the quiver in my voice. I'm fine. Just tired. Are you sure? You said something about a knock at the door? I hesitated, then nodded, though she couldn't see me. Yeah. 3 knocks. Then slow tapping. No one was there when I looked. Maybe it's just the old building settling, she said cautiously. Or a prank. Has anyone else been here? No. Just me. There was a long pause. Then she asked, have you thought about leaving? I know this place is nice, but if it's messing with you. I cut her off. I can't. Not now. I have to finish this series. It's too late to back out. Emma sighed. All right. Just be careful, okay? And lock the door behind you. I promised I would, though I wasn't sure how much good that would do. After we hung up, I noticed the light above the door flicker faster, and the silence that followed seemed heavier, like the building was holding its breath. I found myself glancing at the windows, the dark streets beyond. Somewhere, a dog barked far off, the sound sharp and sudden in the night. I thought I saw movement, a flicker of shadow against the curtain. But when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light. I wanted to believe that. Then I remembered the basement door, the one I'd found locked tight, but with scratches on the paint that looked fresh. I hadn't dared open it yet. The last time I peeked, the darkness inside seemed to pulse, swallowing the weak beam of my flashlight. I'd promised myself I wouldn't go down there alone. But now, with the tapping, the changes in the paintings, and the feeling of being watched, I wasn't sure I had a choice. I moved to the sideboard, digging through drawers until I found the old flashlight. The metal was cold and heavy in my hand. I flicked it on, the beam harsh and narrow cutting through the gloom. The basement door loomed ahead, its surface rough with chipped paint. I placed my palm against it, feeling the vibrations of the building's quiet murmurs. Somewhere deep inside, I heard a faint tapping, 3 knocks, then slow, deliberate ones. I stepped back, the beam jittering in my grip. This was no longer about art. Or solitude. The line between observer and observed had been crossed. The door wasn't just an obstacle. It was a point of no return. My phone buzzed again. I glanced down, heart sinking. A message from an unknown number. You can't leave. I dropped the phone onto the workbench. The flashlight slipped from my fingers, spinning on the floor, casting wild shadows up the walls. Silence. Complete silence. Then the tapping started again, 3 knocks, slow, deliberate ones, and this time, I didn't look through the peephole. I knew. Someone was already inside. The flashlight lay on the floor, its beam slicing the air in jagged bursts as it spun. I didn't look through the peephole this time. I couldn't. The last thing I wanted was to meet whoever or whatever was down there face to face without some plan. But what plan? I was trapped, literally and figuratively. The message on my phone still burned in my mind, you can't leave. It wasn't just a threat. It was a promise. My body wanted to run. My mind told me to stay steady. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and cold plaster thick on my tongue. The stale basement air seeped up through the floorboards, carrying a faint metallic scent I couldn't place. Blood? Rust? I hoped for neither. The tapping stopped abruptly. Silence folded over the room like a shroud. Then, a whisper. Barely audible. So close it might have been inside my own head. Why, are you here? The voice was low, gravelly, hesitant. I froze. My breath hitched. The air around me thickened, every nerve ending sharp and raw. I wanted to answer. I wanted to scream. Instead, I swallowed again and said, because I had to. Because I'm not leaving. Silence. Then slow footsteps, careful but deliberate, moving away from the door. I heard a faint scrape against the concrete floor, something sharp dragging lightly. I didn't move. I couldn't. Minutes passed like hours. The house creaked and moaned, settling into the night. My hands trembled as I gripped the flashlight again, its weight suddenly unbearable. I needed to know what was down there, who was behind this. The changes in my paintings, the messages, the tapping, it all led here. I edged toward the basement door, feeling the cold sweat bead at my hairline. My eyes darted to the small window beside the door, too high to see anything, but maybe I'd catch a shadow, a movement. Nothing. I leaned in, ear pressed against the door, heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. The tapping started again, this time, faster. Then a soft chuckle, dry and humorless. "You're not like the others," the voice said, almost kindly. "Curious. Stubborn." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" No answer. The door creaked. Just a whisper, but enough. My pulse spiked. The handle shifted slightly, then stopped. Locked. Of course. I pulled back, my shoulder hitting the wall with a dull thud. Panic clawed at my throat. I needed to get out. To call someone. But my phone lay on the workbench, just feet away, taunting me. A sudden movement at the far end of the studio caught my eye. A shadow slipped behind the canvas racks, too quick to be the wind. I squinted, heart sinking. This wasn't just one person. Or maybe it was. But whoever it was had been here longer than I thought. I stumbled back to the workbench, snatched up my phone. The screen was dark. No messages. No calls. Nothing. Then it buzzed again. Same unknown number. "You can't leave." I bit my lip, fingers shaking as I typed back. "Why?" Seconds crawled by. Then a reply. "Because you're part of the story now." The lights flickered. The overhead bulb buzzed, casting long, twitching shadows that made the walls seem alive. The air grew colder, sharper. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough and scratchy against my skin. The studio, once my sanctuary, felt like a trap closing in. I remembered the paintings, the subtle changes, the shifts in perspective. Someone had been inside, studying me, watching me paint. But why? And what did they want? I scanned the room, eyes landing on the half-finished canvas leaning against the wall. The figure in the painting was distorted now, the eyes turned slightly to the side, watching. Just like me. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I had to face this. No more hiding. No more waiting. I moved toward the basement door, flashlight in one hand, phone pressed to my ear with the other. I dialed the only number I could think of, the local police station. "Hello?" The operator's voice was a lifeline, steady and calm. "I'm at the old studio on Pine Ridge," I said, voice trembling but urgent. "Someone's in the basement. I think they've been watching me. I don't know what they want, but they're not letting me leave." There was a pause, a rustling sound. "We're sending someone right away. Stay on the line." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. The tapping started again, this time, frantic, desperate. It sounded almost like a warning. The basement door rattled violently. I jumped back, heart lodged in my throat. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms. Then, silence. The operator's voice crackled through the speaker. "Are you safe?" I glanced toward the door. The shadows were moving again. "No," I whispered, "not yet." Suddenly, the door burst open. Not with force, but with a slow, deliberate push. A figure appeared in the dim light, face obscured by shadow. "Leave," the voice said, low and chilling. "Before it's too late." I didn't move. Couldn't. The figure took a step forward, then another. The floorboards creaked beneath their weight. "You don't understand," I said, voice breaking. "I'm not going anywhere." They stopped, just inches away. I could smell the faint scent of earth and sweat, something raw and unsettling. "You should have listened," they said softly. The phone slipped from my hand, clattering to the floor. The operator's voice faded into static. Darkness swallowed the room. And then, a slow, deliberate knock. 3 knocks. The tapping had returned. I swallowed hard, breath shallow, knowing the worst was still to come. The knocking came again. Then, without warning, the figure stepped back and vanished into the hallway. The door clicked shut behind them, soft but final. I stayed frozen, staring at that spot until the night swallowed the last trace of their presence. Morning came slow and gray, the kind of light that makes everything look tired and unfinished. I woke with a dry mouth and a pounding headache, the remnants of last night's tension still coiled tight inside me. The studio was silent except for the faint hum of the radiator and the distant bark of a dog somewhere beyond the trees. The smell of damp plaster and old paint lingered, thick and stubborn. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and glanced toward the easel. The painting I'd left half-finished yesterday was different. Not dramatically, but enough to make my stomach twist. The angle of the window had shifted slightly, the shadow on the wall no longer aligned with the morning light. The figure in the corner, myself, or who I thought I was, had turned their head just a fraction. Not enough for anyone else to notice, maybe, but for me, it was a quiet scream. I reached out and touched the canvas, finger tracing the new lines, the subtle corrections. Someone had been here, in the dark, after I'd gone to bed. Watching. Studying. Changing the story I was trying to tell. The thought made me shiver. Not from cold, but from the realization that the threat wasn't just the figure last night. It was the idea that somewhere, someone had slipped into my life without permission, without warning. And I didn't even know who they were. I spent the morning pacing between the studio and the small kitchen, making weak attempts at coffee that tasted like burnt hope. Outside, the wind stirred the bare branches, scratching against the windows in a rhythm that felt like a warning. I didn't answer the phone when it rang, too afraid the voice on the other end would be the operator, or worse, the stranger. By noon, I forced myself to check the other paintings, lining them up along the wall like reluctant witnesses. Each one bore the same subtle shift, a shadow misplaced, a brush stroke altered, a figure's gaze turned away. The person inside wasn't just watching, they were rewriting the narrative I'd poured myself into. I found a small notebook I'd left on the work table, filled with sketches and notes. The pages were untouched, as if protected from the intruder's hands. But beneath it, a single scrap of paper had been slipped in, a message or a signature. It read, in neat, almost tender handwriting, "You're not alone." The words felt like an item wrapped in silk. Comfort and menace tangled together in a knot I couldn't unravel. That night, sleep was a stranger. I sat by the window, watching the dark woods beyond the clearing, waiting for the faintest sound, the slightest movement. The tapping returned, softer this time, coming from the far side of the building. I didn't move. I didn't call out. I just listened. The next morning, I packed a small bag. Not enough to leave for good, but enough to escape the studio if I had to. I told myself it was a precaution, a way to reclaim control. But deep down, I knew it was because the studio had become a cage. I left a note on the door, in case the figure returned. I see you. But I'm not afraid anymore. Days passed. The subtle changes in the painting stopped. The tapping ceased. The shadows stayed where they belonged. The silence was heavier, but less threatening. I began to paint again, slower this time, more deliberate. Each brushstroke was a reclaiming of space, a quiet defiance. The studio felt less like a trap and more like a battleground. In the end, I never saw the figure again. The operator's call stopped, too. Maybe they gave up. Or maybe I just stopped waiting for them. The experience left its mark. I wasn't the same person who'd arrived in that lonely studio, eager and hopeful. I was someone else, wiser, wearier, but stronger. The paintings held the story now, every altered line a reminder of intrusion and survival. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint tapping in the distance. Not on the door. Not in the studio. Somewhere far away, like a memory scratching at the edges of sleep. And I listen. Because I know what it means to be watched, to be rewritten, to fight for your own story in the face of silence and shadows. I'm still here. And I'm still painting. Each stroke on the canvas is a defiance, a claim staked against erasure. The colors bleed with the weight of all I've carried: loss, fear, resilience. Sometimes, the brush trembles in my hand, haunted by the echoes of what was stolen, but I press on, driven by a stubborn flame that refuses to be snuffed out. The gallery is quieter now, the visitors fewer, but those who come seem to understand without words. They see beyond the surface, sensing the pulse beneath the paint. In those moments, I feel a connection not just to them, but to the fragments of myself that survived the fracture. The tapping, elusive as it is, serves as a reminder that the past never quite lets go. It waits, persistent and patient, challenging me to confront it anew. Yet I no longer fear the shadows. They are part of the story, yes, but they do not define the ending. I have learned to live with the silence between the strokes, to find meaning in the spaces left open. This is my testament, a canvas not just of color, but of endurance. Here, in the quiet glow of lamplight, I continue to weave my truth, one brush stroke at a time. Story 5, duplicated on the second floor, night shift security horror. I never thought the night shift would change how I see myself. The building where I worked was one of those hulking office towers downtown, mostly empty after 7 p.m. Just me and the janitorial staff, which was mostly a guy named Frank who kept to himself. I always liked the stillness, the hum of the air conditioning, the way the silence stretched out like a thick blanket. There's a kind of peace in that, or so I thought. I arrived at 8. The streets would from an earlier drizzle that left a faint petrichor smell lingering in the concrete cracks outside. The night air was cool, almost sharp, like it cut through the city's usual grime. I pulled my jacket tighter around my neck as I stepped inside. The lobby was deserted, save for the security desk where the monitors sat glowing with grainy footage of empty hallways and locked doors. My job was to watch those monitors, keep an eye on things, make rounds every hour or so. Nothing fancy. Cameras covered every hallway, stairwell, even the basement storage rooms. I had a tablet that controlled the feeds, and a logbook where I wrote down anything unusual, though most nights the only note might be, all clear. Checked floor 3 at 9 p.m. I liked that routine. It was predictable. Safe. The only disruption was the occasional stray cat that darted across the parking lot or the creak of the building settling into the night. At 10:15 p.m., I did my first round. The elevator was slow, and I could hear the faint sound of traffic outside, muffled by thick glass windows. The corridor smelled faintly of old carpet and something metallic like the remnants of a spilled cleaning solution. I tapped the walls lightly as I walked, feeling the rough plaster beneath my fingertips. Nothing out of place. Back at the desk, I pulled up the footage from earlier in the evening, just to double-check the cameras. That's when I noticed it. A flicker on the monitor from the second floor hallway. At first, I thought the feed was glitching, static, a brief blur, then clear again. I leaned closer, squinting at the screen. The timestamp read 9:32 p.m. On the monitor, a figure appeared, me. But I hadn't been on the second floor at that time. I was sitting right here, at the desk, sipping lukewarm coffee and scrolling through emails on my phone. I rubbed my eyes, blinked hard. Maybe I was tired. I rewound the footage, watching carefully. The figure moved down the hallway, paused by the door to the conference room, and reached out to open it. The door swung inward slowly. I remembered the conference room was always locked after hours. I never had the key, and I certainly didn't have permission to go in. Yet there I was, or some version of me, stepping inside. I tapped the screen, zooming in. The image was grainy, but the shape and gait were unmistakable. My jacket hung the same way, the same crease on my forehead. It was me. I pulled up the logbook. No note about checking the second floor at 9:30. No reason for me to be there. I checked my phone's clock history. I was certain. I'd been at the desk, typing a report just a few feet away. Okay, I whispered to myself. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe a janitor or a security guard wearing a jacket like mine. I shook my head. No. The way the figure moved was too familiar. Still, I shrugged it off. The cameras sometimes caught weird shadows or glitches. The building's wiring was old, and the system was prone to hiccups. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was reading too much into a pixelated image. But the unease settled like a stone in my stomach. Later, around midnight, I made another round. This time, the stairwell smelled different, damp and a little musty, like water had pooled somewhere nearby. I pressed my hand against the cold metal railing, feeling the chill seep through my skin. The lights overhead flickered briefly, then steadied. Silence. Complete silence. When I reached the third floor, the hallway was darker than usual. The bulbs there had a habit of dimming as they aged, but tonight it felt different. I slowed my pace, eyes darting to the shadows stretching along the walls. Back at the desk, I pulled up the footage again. The same timestamp, 11:48 p.m. This time, the camera on the third floor captured me entering the janitorial closet, a space I never actually entered during my rounds. I was certain of it. I glanced inside once, briefly, but never stepped in. On the screen, I opened the door, reached inside, and seemed to fumble with something. I leaned forward, heart thudding. The janitorial closet was supposed to be empty except for mops and buckets. No personal items. No files. Nothing. I pressed pause and stared. My hands trembled just a little. How could this be? Was someone using the cameras to mess with me? Or was I losing my mind? I caught the faintest scent of something, citrus cleaner mixed with a hint of burnt toast, something I couldn't place but that seemed to cling to the footage like a memory. It was real enough to make me uneasy. I shut the video off, the screen going dark. The hum of the air conditioning filled the room again. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the tension knot in my shoulders. Maybe I need a break, I muttered. The phrase sounded hollow even as I said it. For the rest of the shift, I tried to focus on the routine. I watched the monitors, made my rounds, logged nothing unusual. But part of me kept glancing back at the screens, waiting for the impossible to show up again. By the time dawn crept through the blinds, casting pale stripes across the floor, I was exhausted but restless. Something about that footage lingered in my mind, like a whisper I couldn't quite hear but knew was there. I told myself I'd look into it tomorrow. Maybe check the cameras again, double-check the logs. But deep down, I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what I'd find. Because if that was really me on the footage, doing things I never did, then what else was possible? And who else could be watching? The next morning, I woke up still tangled in the thread of those impossible images. I made coffee, strong and bitter, the smell filling the cramped kitchen with a brief sense of normalcy. The clock on the wall ticked methodically, a steady heartbeat against the chaos in my head. I needed to find answers. Or at least a clue. Back at the security office, the fluorescent lights buzzed faintly over the monitors. The smell of stale air conditioning mixed with faint traces of burnt coffee and the dusty scent of old electronics. I rubbed my hands on my jeans, feeling the coarse denim rough against my skin. The screens flickered with grainy black and white images from the cameras scattered throughout the building. They looked ordinary enough, but I couldn't forget that something was off. I started by reviewing the logs, those dry reports I'd been too tired to check the night before. Every door I'd logged as open or closed matched the footage, except for the anomalies I'd seen. It made no sense. The system was designed to be foolproof, or so I thought. Whoever was behind this had to be hacking or manipulating the cameras themselves. But why? And how? While I scrolled through the timestamps, a notification blinked in the corner of the main screen, a motion alert from camera 12, located in the East Wing corridor. That area was supposed to be empty all night. Curiosity pushed me to click it open. The footage played. There I was, standing near the janitor's closet, but I swore I never went that far. I didn't remember leaving the security room. I leaned closer, noticing the slight jitter in the video, a barely perceptible glitch that suggested tampering. But it felt too sophisticated to be random. I called my coworker, Jenna. She was usually the level-headed one, the kind of person who grounded me when my thoughts started spinning. Her voice was calm when she answered. "Hey, Jenna. Do you have a minute? Something weird's going on with the cameras." There was a pause. Weird how? I hesitated, unsure how to explain without sounding paranoid. I'm seeing footage of me, doing things I don't remember. Like walking into rooms I never entered, messing with stuff that wasn't there. A sigh. You sure you didn't just forget? Long shifts mess with your head. Maybe. But I'm going to check the cameras more thoroughly. Can you come by? Need a second pair of eyes. All right. I'll swing by in 20. I hung up, feeling a little less isolated. Having Jenna here might help. Maybe. While waiting, I went back over the footage, frame by frame, jotting down timestamps and odd details. The more I watched, the more patterns emerged, small inconsistencies like shadows where there shouldn't be any, door handles turning without anyone near them, and weird audio glitches. The hum of the ventilation system fluctuated strangely in some clips, like someone had fiddled with the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones feed. When Jenna arrived, she brought the faint scent of peppermint gum and the steady warmth of familiarity. She leaned over the desk, squinting at the monitors. "All right, let's see this ghost you're chasing," she said, half smiling. I played the clips again, pointing out the moments where the footage diverged from what I remembered. Jenna tapped her finger on the screen. That's definitely not normal. But this glitch on the timestamp, could it be a software bug? Maybe the system's corrupted? Could be, I admitted. But the logs are clean. No reports of errors or downtime. And it's only happening to footage showing me. Her brow furrowed. Which means either someone's messing with the cameras to make it look like I'm somewhere I'm not. Or I don't know what else. We spent the next hour cross-referencing the footage with the building's access logs and employee check-ins. Nothing matched the strange movements. No one else was on site at those times. And the cameras had no alerts for physical tampering. The strangest part? I was the only person the footage showed doing these impossible things. Other people appeared normally, their movements consistent with the logs. By late afternoon, the sun had dipped low, casting long shadows through the dusty windows. The office felt colder, the air heavier. Jenna and I sat in silence for a moment, the glow of the screens the only light. "I'm starting to think someone's watching us," I said quietly. She looked up, eyes sharp. "You mean someone inside the building?" "Maybe. Or someone with access to the security system remotely." Jenna nodded slowly. "We should tell management. This is beyond us." I shook my head. "I don't want to make a fuss yet. What if I'm overreacting? I don't want to be that guy who cries wolf." She studied me. "You're not. But you need a plan. And maybe a little backup." That night, after Jenna left, I stayed late, digging deeper into the system's back end. The building smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals and the faint metallic tang of the server room's overheating fans. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitant but determined. Suddenly, a new clip appeared on the monitor, timestamped just minutes ago. It showed me walking through the hallway, but I was still sitting at the desk. My breath caught. I leaned closer, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. I pressed pause, then rewind. No glitch. No cut. Just me, moving through the corridors, interacting with a locker that only opened in the footage. The locker I knew was empty when I checked it last. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Someone was using the cameras to create a false narrative. But who? And why? The office door creaked behind me. I spun around. No one. Only the hum of the building settling into the night. I wasn't alone. Not really. And whatever was happening wasn't done yet. The office door creaked again, this time softer, like a hesitant cough in the dead quiet. I rubbed my eyes, the harsh glow of the monitor casting shadows across my face. My hands trembled slightly, not from cold but from that raw, electric unease curling in my gut. It wasn't just a glitch or a prank. No, this was calculated, deliberate. Someone was rewriting my nights, frame by frame, and I was trapped somewhere between the truth and the fiction. The hum of the server room's fans was louder now, a steady pulse beneath the silence of the empty building. It smelled like burnt plastic and stale coffee, a scent I'd come to associate with long, restless shifts. I swallowed hard, tasting the dryness in my mouth. There was no way out, not anymore. I leaned closer and scrolled back, watching the footage again. Me, walking past the supply closet, opening the door, and reaching inside. Except, in reality, I had never left my desk. I knew every inch of this building, every creak in the floorboards and flicker in the fluorescent lights. I remembered the smell of dust in those vents, the cold draft near the stairwell. None of that matched what I was seeing on the screen. A low, steady beep pulled me from the trance. My phone vibrated on the desk, a message from Jenna. "Are you sure you're okay?" I stared at the screen. How could I explain this? That I was watching myself do things I'd never done? That the cameras were lying? I typed back, not sure. "Something's wrong with the footage." Her reply came quickly. maybe it's a virus or someone messing with the system. I wanted to believe that. I needed to believe that. But the deeper I dug, the less sense it made. I shut the footage down and pulled up the security logs for the system itself. User access, timestamps, IP addresses. Nothing unusual. No unauthorized entries, no remote logins. Just me, alone in the building, night after night. But then the emails started. At first, just one or two cryptic, vague, unreadable strings of text. But soon, they became more direct. You're watching too closely. Stop looking for what's not there. You can't hide from the cameras. I froze, the cold prickling at the back of my neck. The office suddenly felt smaller, suffocating. The smell of cleaning chemicals mixed with something else, something metallic and sharp, like pennies pressed against my skin. I thought about leaving, about walking out into the night and never looking back. But the thought felt hollow. Like the building itself was holding me here, tangled in wires and glowing screens. I glanced toward the hallway outside the door. Darkness stretched beyond the flickering fluorescent bulbs. The air was thick with silence, but I could swear I heard something, a faint shuffle, like footsteps just beyond the corner. I reached for the flashlight in the drawer. The metal was cold and slightly rough against my palm. I clicked it on, the beam cutting a narrow path through the dark. My breath hitched as I stepped toward the doorway. Nothing. Just the empty hallway, the distant hum of city traffic muffled behind solid walls. I forced myself to laugh, a short, brittle sound that bounced off the plaster. Get a grip, I muttered. It's just your mind. But the mind is a slippery thing. The footage wasn't lying. Someone was here, somewhere. And they wanted me to see, to know, and maybe to panic. Back at the desk, I pulled up the directory of all the cameras, clicking through feeds in rapid succession. There, I caught it. A shadow moving across the far end of the hall, too quick to make out, but unmistakably human. The figure paused, almost as if watching me. I froze. The flashlight slipped from my fingers, the beam swinging wildly before hitting the wall with a dull thud. Then the figure was gone. I closed the camera feeds, locked the system, and sat back, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my ribs. There was no way out now. The building wasn't just a workplace. It was a trap. And I was the prey. But why? Who? And how long had this been going on? The phone buzzed again. Jenna, if you're scared, come home. We'll figure this out. I stared at the screen, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I wanted to run. I wanted to disappear. But I couldn't. Not yet. Because in the footage, there was one last thing I hadn't seen before, my reflection in the glass of the lobby doors. And behind me, just inches away, someone was standing there. I spun around. Empty hallway. The game had changed. And I was already deep inside. The hallway stretched out, silent except for the faint hum of fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure it echoed off the walls. I took a step forward, scanning every shadow, every crack in the paint. Nothing moved. No footsteps. No whisper of breath. Just the cold, sterile emptiness. But the reflection, there had to be an explanation. Maybe a trick of the light, or my mind playing games after hours of exhaustion and fear. I rubbed my eyes, but the image was burned into my memory, a figure, standing close, watching. I pulled out my phone and replayed the footage, slow and frame by frame. The video quality was grainy, but unmistakable. The silhouette lingered behind me, frozen in place. A sudden chill crept up my spine. This wasn't random. Someone had been here, waiting, watching. And if they wanted me gone, why hadn't they made a move? Was this a warning? A game toying with me? My thumb hovered over Jenna's name again. I knew what she'd say, come home. But something told me running now would only make whatever this was follow me. I had to understand it first. A soft creak echoed from the far end of the corridor. My breath caught. I wasn't alone. The creak came again. Louder this time. Sharp enough to slice through the thick silence. My breath hitched, chest tightening as if the air, cold and heavy with silence itself, had thickened. I stayed frozen in place, ears straining. The stale scent of dust and old plastic filled my nostrils, mingling with the faint, sour tang of sweat that clung to my shirt. The corridor stretched ahead, a tunnel of peeling paint and flickering fluorescent bulbs buzzing overhead like low-grade static. I swallowed hard and took a tentative step forward. The floorboards groaned underfoot, a dull thud that seemed to echo endlessly. I reminded myself, I had to see this through. No more hiding. No more second-guessing. I needed answers, even if they came wrapped in dread. The hallway's far end was shrouded in shadow, the weak light struggling to reach the corner where the sound originated. I squinted, trying to make out any movement, any shape. Nothing. Just the hum of the building settling, or so I tried to convince myself. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a flicker, quick and subtle, like a shadow darting behind the cracked door of room 307. My pulse slammed against my ribs. That door had been locked tight when I come through earlier. I knew because I jiggled the knob myself, frustrated at the malfunctioning lock. So how? I crept closer, each step measured, careful not to make a sound. The plaster on the wall was rough beneath my fingertips when I steadied myself, cold as the floor tiles beneath my shoes. A faint metallic scent drifted from the room, cleaner than the rest of the building, almost antiseptic. Odd. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. A breath. Nothing. But the hairs on my neck prickled like static electricity. I tried the knob again. It turned smoothly this time, as if it had been unlocked all along. I pushed the door open, the hinges squealing softly. The room was empty. Bare walls, a single desk pushed against the far side, papers scattered like leaves caught in a breeze. No sign of anyone. No footprints. No disturbance. Yet the air felt heavy, thick with something unspoken. I stepped inside, the floor cold and sticky beneath my shoes. A sudden rush of cold air brushed past me, making the back of my neck prickle. I spun around. Nothing. I moved to the desk, brushing my fingers over the papers. They were blank. Not a word. Not a mark. I frowned. Why scatter blank sheets like that? My eyes caught a faint smudge on the wood, fingerprints, smeared and fresh. Someone had been here recently. Someone who hadn't wanted me to find out. I backed out, closing the door carefully behind me. The corridor seemed darker, the flickering light now almost constant, a harsh strobe that made the edges of my vision blur. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear the sudden headache pressing behind my eyes. Then my phone buzzed. I jumped, heart thudding against my ribs with a frantic rhythm. I pulled it out, screen lighting up the dim corridor. A message from Jenna. Please come home. It's not safe. I thumbed back, fingers trembling. Not safe where? I typed, then deleted it. What could I say? That someone was following me through the security cameras? That the building itself seemed to breathe around me, hiding secrets behind cracked walls? Instead, I pocketed the phone. I had to keep going. Back at the security room, the monitors glowed like ghostly eyes in the dark. I sat down, the chair creaking beneath me, and hit play on the latest footage. The grainy black and white images flickered to life. At first, the footage matched what I remembered, me walking the halls, checking doors, making rounds. But then, the impossible happened again. My figure appeared in rooms I hadn't entered, touching objects I hadn't noticed before. I know how that sounds. On one screen, I was seen opening a cabinet, pulling out a small box, and closing it again. I knew I hadn't touched a cabinet all night. The box. I leaned closer, heart pounding. In real life, no such box existed in that hallway or anywhere in the building, as far as I knew. My hands trembled as I rewound the footage, watching the box glint under the harsh fluorescent light. Someone had placed it there. Or worse, someone had manipulated the cameras. But why? And who? I scanned through more footage, eyes burning from the screen's glow. The figure of me moved with unnatural precision, like a puppet on strings. At one point, I even saw myself crouch behind a large filing cabinet, peeking out as if hiding from someone. I had never hidden. Not from anything. Not even when the shadows danced too close. And then the figure looked directly at the camera. At me. The digital eyes met mine through the grainy lens, unblinking. I slammed my fist on the desk. Stop, I muttered, voice rough. Stop messing with me. The monitors flickered. Static hissed through the speakers. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, making my breath visible in the cold air. A faint tapping started somewhere behind the walls, rhythmic and slow, like a heartbeat. I wasn't crazy. I told myself that. But I was losing control. Losing grip on what was real. I stood abruptly, chair scraping loudly against the floor. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a voice from the hallway, barely a whisper, cracked the quiet. You shouldn't be here. My head snapped toward the door. No one was there. Just a shadow slipping into the corner of my vision, gone before I could focus. I felt it then, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Not by cameras. Not by ghosts. By someone real. Someone close. I grabbed my phone again, hand shaking. The screen was cracked, the glass spiderweb from a careless fall earlier that week. I dialed Jenna's number twice. No answer. The line went dead. I dropped the phone, heart hammering like a drum in my chest. I was alone. Or so I hoped. The building groaned, settling into the night. The lights flickered one last time before plunging the room into darkness. My breath came in ragged gasps. I groped along the desk for the flashlight I always kept in my bag, fingers brushing against cold metal. Click. A beam of pale light stabbed into the black. The corridor outside the security room stretched endless and empty, or so it seemed. Then, a movement at the far end. Slow. Deliberate. A figure stepped into the light. I froze. There was no mistaking the face. It was me. Or someone wearing me like a mask. The imposter's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach the eyes. You're closer than you think, it said, voice low and mocking. My stomach twisted. The world tipped sideways. I wanted to run, but my feet were rooted to the spot. Who are you? I sat back in the squeaky chair, the fluorescent light overhead buzzing so faintly I almost didn't notice it anymore. The stale scent of the security room, faint dust, a hint of mildew from the vents clung to the air like a second skin. Outside, the wind scraped against the windows, rattling the loose panes in the old building. The clock on the wall ticked toward 4 in the morning. I had spent the last 2 hours watching the footage again, and still, the images pulled me under, deeper and deeper. The most recent recording showed me walking through the East Wing, but the problem was, I never made it past the lobby that night. Not physically. At least, I was sure of that. I could see my own figure on the screen, moving with fluid, easy steps, passing doors I'd never opened, pressing buttons on machines that weren't even there when I'd been on shift. It was like watching a ghost version of myself, one that had an agenda I didn't know about. I rubbed my temples and leaned forward, tracing the path with my finger on the grainy monitor. The figure stopped at the supply closet, a place I had only glanced at a few times before, never entered. In the footage, I pulled something out, a small, nondescript box, but when I checked the closet afterward, it was empty. The only things inside were dust and some old cleaning supplies. My hands trembled, and I closed my eyes for a moment. This was all too much. I wasn't losing my mind, was I? I mean, I know how that sounds, but I had no history of anything like this, no mental illness, no hallucinations. Still, the evidence was impossible to ignore. The door to the security room creaked open behind me, and I jumped. My heart lurched in my chest. "You're still here?" The voice was low, cautious. It was Marcus, the day shift supervisor. He'd stopped by, probably worried about the late hours I'd been putting in. "Yeah." I forced a smile, even though there was none. "I'm just trying to make sense of this footage." He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, the dim hallway light casting long shadows on his face. "You look like you need a break. You been watching that thing all night?" I nodded. "It's not right. The footage shows me doing stuff I didn't do. I don't know if someone's messing with the cameras or if I'm losing my grip." Marcus shrugged, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, the cameras aren't exactly state-of-the-art. Maybe there's some glitch. Could be interference. You want me to check the system tomorrow?" I shook my head. "No. It's more than that. I've checked the cameras myself. No signs of tampering, no hacks. And the weirdest part? Sometimes, the footage shows me interacting with objects that only appear in the video. Like there's a layer over reality. It's like I'm there, but not really." Marcus frowned. "Sounds like you need some rest." "I might." I sighed and looked back at the screen. The ghostly version of me was now moving toward the stairwell. I had never taken that route during my shift. Not once. The door shut softly behind Marcus, and silence filled the room again. Complete silence, except for the hum of the monitors. I decided to watch the footage from the night I first noticed the anomaly. The night everything started. As the video played, I felt my throat tighten. At one point, the figure paused in front of the break room, lifted a cup from the counter, and took a sip. But I remembered arriving there earlier that evening. The counter was spotless, no cup in sight. I had checked. The more I watched, the more the shadows deepened. It wasn't just the rooms or the objects. Sometimes, the figure looked directly at the camera, as if aware it was being watched. That sent a chill straight through me. I stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. My legs felt weak. I needed air. The hallway outside was colder than I expected, the draft slipping under the door like a living thing. I pulled my jacket tighter and paced slowly. The old building creaked around me, the pipes groaning, the floorboards settling. It was the kind of noise that made you question if you were alone or if something was hiding just out of sight. I stopped by the main lobby and looked around. The place was empty, bathed in the dull yellow glow of security lights. I could almost taste the dust in the air, dry and metallic. I thought about calling anyone for help. Maybe someone who could explain this, or take a look at the footage for a fresh perspective. But who? The company was small, and the night staff was down to me. Then the thought hit me, what if it wasn't the cameras or some glitch? What if it was someone else inside the building? Someone who had access to the security system, who could plant those images. The idea made the hairs on my arms stand up. I remembered the maintenance logs. There had been a new contractor working nights for the past week, someone I hadn't met yet. Maybe he had keys, maybe he knew the layout better than I did. Maybe he was the one behind this. I pulled out my phone and dialed the number for the building manager, my voice low and urgent. "Hi, it's me. I need to talk about the night contractor. Has anyone else been given access to the cameras or the security room?" There was a pause before the manager replied. "Only the contractor and you." "Why?" "Because I think someone's messing with the footage. I'm seeing things on the cameras that don't add up. Things that scare me." "Okay," the manager said, voice steady. "I'll look into it first thing tomorrow. For now, just stay safe, all right?" I hung up, feeling no safer than before. Back in the security room, I watched the footage again, this time focusing on the timestamps. Something struck me. There were gaps, tiny ones, in the recordings. Moments where the screen flickered, the video jumped. Like someone was editing in real time, erasing bits of the night. I leaned closer to the monitor, breath fogging the glass. The figure moved toward the stairwell again. On a whim, I grabbed my jacket and headed that way. The stairs were cold and narrow, the walls lined with peeling paint and the musty smell of damp plaster. I took the steps slowly, counting each one. There was nothing there, no boxes, no equipment, no sign of someone hiding. Just the echo of my footsteps and the distant hum of the air conditioning. At the top, the corridor stretched empty, lit only by the weak glow of emergency lamps. I ran my hand along the rough plaster wall, feeling the uneven texture, the grit beneath my fingers. The air was thick with the scent of old paint and something I couldn't place, something faintly chemical, almost like bleach. Story 6, Sunrise Reversed, When Reality Unravels. I woke up to the sun glaring through my blinds, but something was off. Outside, a bird called, but the sound was strange, too high-pitched, almost metallic. My apartment, which normally felt like a small, safe island in the city, suddenly seemed alien. The walls pressed in tighter, or maybe I was just noticing the cracks and peeling paint more than usual. I sat up slowly, my feet touching the cold floor that made me shiver, and glanced out the window. The sky was pale, a dull gray blue, with the sun hanging low on the western horizon. That's when it struck me. The sun was rising in the west. I pinched myself, hard, the sting sharp enough to remind me I was awake. Still, the sun stayed there, stubborn and wrong. I shook my head, tried to ignore it. Maybe I'd been up too long last night, reading those articles about sleep deprivation and hallucinations. The apartment felt too quiet, though. No bustling city noises, no honking horns or distant shouts, just the occasional hum of a car somewhere far away, and the strange bird's call. I went to the kitchen to make coffee. The kettle's whistle was unusually low, like it was struggling to reach its usual pitch. I poured the water over the grounds, and the bitter smell filled the room, but it didn't comfort me. Instead, it made the silence louder. My phone buzzed on the counter. I hardly noticed the vibration. My hands trembled slightly as I picked it up. The screen lit up with a message from Lena. "Did you see the news? They say the sun's rising from the west now. Everyone's talking about it. Crazy, right?" I stared at the text. "Yeah," I typed back. "I noticed it this morning." Weird, she replied almost instantly. It's like gravity's lighter too. Weird feeling, isn't it? Like you're walking on a trampoline. I frowned. That was ridiculous. Gravity can't just change like that. But when I stood up, my legs did feel odd lighter, almost buoyant. I swayed a little, reaching out to steady myself on the counter. Maybe it was just exhaustion or dehydration. Yes, that must be it. But the look in Lena's messages was serious, not joking. She sounded as unsettled as I felt. I called her, fingers fumbling on the screen. Her voice came through, calm but strained. Have you noticed anything else? She asked. Like what? I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Memories. Things don't add up. Like, I swear I had coffee at that cafe last week, but it's closed now. And the streets, some buildings look different. Like someone swapped the signs. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. I thought I was imagining things. Nope. You're not, she said. But no one's admitting it. Everyone acts like it's normal. Like we all just forgot the old way. That last part sent a shiver down my spine. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly aware of the faint chill in the room, although the heater was on. After we hung up, I sat back down at the kitchen table. The surface was cold, the laminated wood peeling at the edges. I tapped my fingers, trying to piece together the fragments of my thoughts. I remembered my commute yesterday, or at least what I thought was yesterday. The subway was emptier than usual, and the advertisements on the walls were different. Not just new campaigns, but the language seemed off, like someone had scrambled the words. I chalked it up to tiredness, but now I wasn't so sure. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It ticked steadily, but the hands moved backward. I blinked. That couldn't be right. I stood up and looked closer, but the clock was just an old analog thing, and the hands read 7:15. Yet in my gut, I knew the time didn't match the day. I felt a sudden tightness in my chest. Was I losing my mind? I paced the small living room, the worn carpet soft beneath my feet. The air smelled faintly of damp plaster and something metallic, like a penny left in the rain. Outside, a dog barked. The sound was distant, yet unnervingly close at the same time. I opened the window a crack. The air was cooler than I expected, early morning chill, maybe, but it carried a strange scent I couldn't place. Not quite fresh, not quite decayed. It made me wrinkle my nose. I closed the window and leaned my forehead against the cool glass. The city stretched out before me, streets eerily deserted. Not a soul in sight, no moving cars, no fluttering newspapers caught in the wind. Just silence. I thought about calling my neighbor, Mrs. Alvarez. She always had a story about the neighborhood's history, or the weird things she noticed around town. Maybe she'd noticed something too. I dialed her number, but it went straight to voicemail. Odd. She usually picked up early, or at least called back. I left a message, my voice sounding shakier than I intended. Hi, Mrs. Alvarez. It's me, Tom. Just wondering if you're okay. Give me a call when you can. The line clicked dead. I stared at the phone, suddenly aware of how loud my own breathing sounded in the quiet room. I paced again. Tried the window once more. The sun was still stubbornly low in the west. I turned around slowly, eyes scanning the room, the familiar furniture suddenly strange. The couch looked more worn, the picture frame slightly askew, like someone had rearranged things when I wasn't looking. I sat back down, fingers tracing the grain of the wooden table. The memories felt slippery, like trying to hold water in my hands. I remembered my childhood home differently from how my parents described it. The street names I was sure I knew were being called something else by everyone else. I reached for my notebook, the one I kept for work, and flipped it open. The handwriting was mine, but the dates made no sense. Pages were missing. I frowned, heart starting to race. How could I lose days from my own journal? The phone buzzed again. This time, it was a group text from work. "Morning team," it read. "Don't forget the meeting in the conference room at 9. And yes, the sun is definitely rising in the west. Weird day." I stared at the message. Everyone was acting like this was normal. Like none of it was wrong. I looked around the room again. The familiar space felt like a cage. I was trapped in a world everyone else had rewritten, and I was the only one holding on to what had been. Outside, the bird called again, metallic, unnatural. I realized I hadn't checked the news. Maybe I should. But even as I reached for the remote, a cold knot twisted in my stomach. What if the news confirmed the wrongness? What if it made it all real? I paused. The sun was still rising in the west, and I was alone in a world that no longer made sense. The next morning came too quickly, though I'd barely slept. I sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing my face. The air smelled faintly of burnt toast from the apartment below, a scent so normal it made my skin crawl. Normal wasn't supposed to smell like this anymore. I glanced at my phone again. No new messages, only the group chat from work. Everyone was talking about the new world like it was a joke or some bizarre reality show. But I wasn't laughing. I wasn't joking. I was alone. I knew I had to investigate further. If everyone else was convinced the world had changed, maybe I could find something concrete, something undeniable. If I could just prove I wasn't crazy. The elevator was slow, its creak echoing up the shaft as I rode down to the lobby. In the dim light, the building felt unfamiliar, like a place I'd only just entered. I touched the rough plaster wall beside the elevator with my palm. It was cool and slightly damp. Odd, considering the heat outside. Outside, the sky was a dull, washed-out blue. The sun hung low in the west, just as everyone said. But I remembered it differently. Always in the east. That's what I told myself. I stepped onto the sidewalk, the rough concrete grainy under my shoes. The city thrummed with life, but it was different too. People moved with an odd stiffness, like they were acting out roles in a play they'd memorized but didn't quite understand. Faces looked familiar but blurred at the edges, like photos left in the sun too long. I pulled my phone out again and opened the news app. Headlines screamed about the new dawn, the gravity shift, the collective awakening. Nothing concrete. No explanations. Just vague reassurances that this was normal, that everything was fine. It wasn't fine. I walked toward the coffee shop near my office, hoping the familiar smell of roasted beans would ground me. Inside, the sharp scent hit me, dark, bitter, and oddly metallic. I ordered my usual, a black coffee, but the barista handed me a different cup. "Sorry," she said, voice flat, "we're out of the usual blend." I took a sip. It tasted off-watery, almost sour. I grimaced but forced myself to finish it. If this was the new world, even the coffee betrayed me. At work, the meeting was already underway when I arrived. The conference room smelled faintly of stale air and recycled paper. Everyone sat around the table, their eyes bright and eager. The projector flickered with images of the sun setting in the east, maps showing altered gravity fields, and graphs of time shifts. "Thanks for joining," said Mark, our team lead. His smile was tight, too rehearsed. "We're on the brink of something incredible. This is the dawn of a new era." I wanted to scream. But it's not real, I said quietly, more to myself than anyone else. Mark's eyes locked on me. Of course it's real. You're just adjusting. Adjusting. Like this was some kind of bizarre glitch in perception. I wanted to argue, to pull out my journal and show everyone the missing pages and the dates that made no sense. But no one would listen. They all had their own memories, their own truths. The presentation continued, but my mind drifted. I noticed Sarah, sitting across from me, her fingers tapping nervously on the table. She caught my eye and gave a quick, subtle nod. A signal? A shared doubt? I wasn't sure. After the meeting, we lingered in the hallway. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, a low, constant hum that grated at my nerves. Did you see that? I asked Sarah quietly. The maps, the graphs, none of it matches anything I know. She looked around, then leaned in. I'm not supposed to say, but I think you're right. Something's off. But if you question it too loudly, people start avoiding you. Avoiding me. Like I was contagious. I swallowed hard. Have you noticed the sun? The gravity? She nodded. Yeah. But everyone's convinced it's normal now. Even me. It's like the world rewrote itself overnight. We stood there, two outcasts in a place that no longer made sense. Maybe we should investigate, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Find something solid, something we can't deny. Sarah hesitated. I'm in. But we have to be careful. If this spreads, if people realize the truth, they won't react well. Her words hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, heavy with unspoken fear. I realized then that the real threat wasn't the world changing, it was the people who refused to accept anything different. Later that evening, back in my apartment, I sat at my desk surrounded by papers, photos, and my journal, now half torn and scattered. I traced the faded ink on the missing pages, trying to piece together what had been erased from my memory. The silence was thick, broken only by the occasional hum of the city outside and the persistent metallic bird call from yesterday. It sounded closer now, sharper. I checked my phone. Another message from work, this time a direct text from Mark. Keep it together. We're watching. Watching. The word prickled against my skin like cold fingers. I closed my eyes, the rawness pressing in from all sides. The sun outside was setting in the east, just as the presentation said. I couldn't trust my senses. I couldn't trust anyone. But I would keep looking. I had to. If the world had rewritten itself, I needed to find the original text. The phone buzzed again. A new message, this one from an unknown number. Stop digging. It's better this way. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. The room grew colder. The bird called again, louder this time, sharp and metallic, as if warning me. I wasn't alone. And whatever was coming next, it wasn't just the sun rising in the west. It was something darker, something waiting beneath the surface. Silence. Complete silence. Then, the power flickered, and the lights went out. The room plunged into darkness, the sudden absence of light like a physical wall pressing against me. I swallowed hard, tasting the coppery tang of panic rising in my throat. The bird's call sliced through the night, sharper than before, like a warning siren. I stood still, the hairs on my neck prickling as if someone or something was watching from just beyond the edge of my vision. My hands trembled so violently I nearly dropped the phone. The power didn't return. No reassuring flicker, no steady glow. Only the cold press of the dark and the relentless buzz of my own anxious thoughts. Outside, The wind picked up, rattling the window pane with a dry, urgent tapping. It wasn't just the weather. Something was shifting. The world didn't feel like it had merely tilted. It felt like it had cracked open beneath me. I wanted to believe it was all some elaborate joke or a prank gone too far, but the messages, the sun rising in the west, the impossible lightness in the air, cold and heavy with silence, it was all too consistent, too deliberate. I sank onto the edge of the couch, the rough weave of the fabric digging into my palms. I pressed the phone to my ear and dialed Mark's number, fingers still trembling. It rang twice before he picked up, voice low, clipped. "Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The power's out. The messages, they're not stopping." There was a pause, and then, "I know. We've been tracking it. You're not alone in this, but you've got to trust us. You can't pull away now." "Trust you?" The words came out sharper than I intended. "You're watching me." "That's what you said." "Watching," he repeated. "Not controlling. There's a difference. But yes, we're keeping an eye on you because you're the only one looking for the original timeline. Everyone else, they've accepted the new reality. They don't want to go back." I swallowed the lump in my throat. "So, I'm the only one who remembers?" "Yes. And that makes you dangerous." The line went dead. I dropped the phone onto the couch beside me, the soft thud startling in the heavy silence. Dangerous. The word echoed in my mind. Not just because I was the odd one out, not just because no one believed me anymore, but because someone, or some group, was actively trying to stop me. The better this way message was proof enough. I thought about leaving. Getting out of the city, out of this house that suddenly felt like a trap. But even that option felt hollow. My car wouldn't start this morning. Not unusual in winter, but the battery was fine. The air felt different, a strange buoyancy that made every step feel lighter, like gravity had loosened its grip just enough to unbalance me. What else was different? What else was broken? I needed to find answers. Not from Mark. Not from the messages. From somewhere real. The bird called again, closer this time, and I caught a faint rustle in the bushes outside. My pulse quickened. I opened the front door just a crack, the cold night air biting at my face, carrying the scent of damp leaves and something metallic like rust or old blood. The street was empty, bathed in pale, eerie light from a street lamp that flickered unevenly. I stepped outside, the concrete cold beneath my bare feet. The neighborhood looked normal, but the silence was unnatural. No distant cars, no dogs barking, no late-night chatter from upstairs windows. Just the bird's relentless call, echoing from the other side of the street. I followed the sound, my breath forming clouds in the cold air. The bird perched atop a low fence, feathers ruffled, eyes sharp and unblinking. I crouched down, trying to catch its gaze, hoping for some sign or clue. "Why are you here?" I whispered. The bird tilted its head, then took off, wings beating furiously as it disappeared into the darkness. I stood up slowly, a sudden unease settling in my stomach. The message, "Stop digging. It's better this way," wasn't just a threat. It was a warning that whatever this was, it didn't want me to keep looking. But I couldn't stop. I wouldn't. Back inside, I rifled through the papers on my desk, desperate for something I'd missed. Old news clippings, photos, scribbled notes all jumbled together like fragments of a dream I couldn't quite grasp. Then my eyes caught a small envelope, one I didn't remember putting there. No name, no return address. I slid my finger under the flap and pulled out a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was neat but unfamiliar. "You've crossed the point of no return. There's no going back to what you knew." The world you remember is gone, changed irreversibly. Accept it or be consumed by it. I dropped the note, heart hammering. Consumed by it? What did that mean? I felt a cold sweat bead at my hairline. The phone buzzed again. Another message from the unknown number. Leaving is impossible. The borders have shifted. The laws of this new world don't bend anymore. I sank to the floor, back against the wall, the chill seeping through my clothes. Borders shifted. Laws bent. It wasn't just the sun or gravity. This was bigger. It was a carefully constructed cage, and I was caught inside. I tried calling my sister. No answer. Tried the neighbor. Silence. The city was quiet, too quiet. Even the news channels had gone dark, replaced by static or looping images that made no sense. Like everyone was either gone or complicit. I pressed my forehead against the cool plaster of the wall, the rough texture grounding me in this impossible moment. I wasn't hallucinating. I wasn't losing my mind. Someone had rewritten the rules, and I was the only one who saw the cracks. I thought about Mark's words. You're dangerous. Maybe that was true. Maybe the real threat wasn't the shifting sun or the lighter gravity, but the people who wanted to keep the world exactly as it was now. No questions, no resistance, no escape. And now, I was trapped. No way out. No allies. Only the dark, the bird's warning call, and the cold, unyielding certainty that the world I knew was gone, and I was the last witness to a vanished reality. I looked out the window. The sun was rising again, but this time I wasn't sure from which direction. The sky burned with a sickly orange glow that didn't belong. I had crossed a point of no return, and there was no turning back. The sun hung low in that wrong part of the sky again, a sickly orange smear that felt like a bruise. I heard the birds cry again, sharp, echoing, like a warning. It was the same call as before, but now it felt like a countdown ticking down in my ears. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breath, but my hands trembled too much to be still. The silence in the apartment had thickened overnight, but it wasn't empty, it was waiting. Watching. Last night, I thought Mark was just some paranoid stranger. Dangerous, sure, but human. Now I wasn't so sure. His words echoed, louder than they had before. You're dangerous. Like a verdict handed down in a court where I was both defendant and jury. But dangerous to whom? And why? I slid down the wall, the rough plaster scraping against my skin through the thin fabric of my shirt. The room felt smaller, the shadows stretching like fingers across the ceiling. My phone screen blinked, no messages. No calls. Just the same cracked reflection of a face I barely recognized looking back at me. I had to move. Sitting here felt like drowning in quicksand. But the city outside was different now. Streets twisted in ways I didn't remember, signs pointed to places that shouldn't exist, and people stared through me like I was a ghost. I stood, the floor cold against my bare feet. The air tasted metallic, like pennies left out in the rain, and I swallowed hard. I needed to find answers, or at least something familiar. The hallway beyond my door was darker than I remembered, shadows pooling in the corners like spilled ink. I ran my fingers along the peeling wallpaper, its faded floral pattern strange and out of place in this surreal nightmare. The smell of damp plaster mixed with something else, something faintly burnt and sharp. Anxiety curled in my stomach. I reached the stairwell, usually a routine passage, but the echo of my own footsteps felt wrong. Too loud. Too hollow. As I descended, I caught fragments of conversation from below, voices that stopped when I drew near, a shuffle of feet retreating like I was some kind of intruder. The building had gone from familiar to hostile. Downstairs, the lobby was empty except for a man sitting on one of the old, cracked benches. His head was bowed, and he didn't look up when I entered. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting uneven shadows on his face. Something about the way he sat, a stiffness, a tension, made me pause. "Excuse me," I said, my voice cracking. "Do you know what's happening? Why everything feels wrong?" He didn't answer, just shifted slightly, as if waking from a bad dream, and then looked up. His eyes were sharp, cold, too alert for someone who'd been just sitting there. "You don't belong here," he said, flat and steady. "Not anymore." I swallowed. "I don't understand. Everyone says the world's changed, but I remember it different. I remember the sun rising from the east, gravity feeling normal, people acting like themselves." He smiled then, but it wasn't warm. It was the kind of smile that felt like an item pressed just beneath the skin. "You remember wrong. We all do. That's the point." "What point?" I asked. The words felt heavy on my tongue. He stood abruptly, the bench scraping loudly against the tiled floor. "Control. Stability. You can't have two realities. One must be true." I frowned, heart hammering. "But what if you're wrong? What if it's you all who've been rewritten?" He laughed then, a low, humorless sound that echoed off the walls. "You think you're the only one who remembers? Do you think you're special? Dangerous? Maybe you are. But dangerous isn't who you are. It's what they say to people like you, people who don't fit." His words cut deeper than I wanted to admit. I felt a cold sweat break out across my back. The air around us seemed to thicken, pressing down, suffocating. "Who's they?" I whispered, voice barely audible. He shook his head and turned away. "You don't want to know. Trust me." I blinked, confusion and dread twisting inside me. Then what am I supposed to do? He stopped at the door, fingers curling around the handle. "Survive. That's all any of us can do." The door clicked shut behind him. I was left alone, the faint smell of burnt wood lingering, the flickering light casting shadows that danced just beyond my vision. The silence returned thicker than before. I sank down onto the bench, my hands gripping the rough wood so hard my knuckles whitened. Everything was spinning again. The walls seemed to lean in, the fluorescent bulbs above buzzing with a low, insistent hum that grated against my nerves. I tried to think, but my mind was a mess of half-formed thoughts and fragments of memories that didn't fit together. The sun, the gravity, the people who all insisted on this new truth like it was gospel. And me, the stubborn anomaly, the wrong one. Outside, footsteps echoed. Not hurried, but deliberate. Slow, measured. I looked up through the grimy glass doors. Shadows moved just beyond the streetlights, figures shifting between the pools of light. I wanted to call out, warn them, but the words caught in my throat. I was the outsider now, the unstable variable in a world that had rewritten its own rules and erased any trace of the past I clung to. A cold draft swept through the lobby, carrying with it the faint scent of rain and something else, something metallic and sharp. My skin prickled. The bird's warning call echoed faintly in my ears, distant and urgent. I wasn't sure if it was coming from outside or inside my head. I closed my eyes and counted my breaths, trying to anchor myself. The weight of loneliness pressed down harder than gravity ever had. The silence was no longer empty, it was a cage. And I could feel the walls closing in. A noise, soft, deliberate, caught my attention. Footsteps again, closer this time. Not the man from before. Different. Lighter, almost cautious. I stood, heart hammering in my chest, every nerve screaming to run, but nowhere felt safe. The door to the stairwell creaked open slowly. A shadow slipped through, merging with the darkness. I couldn't see a face, but I could feel the intent behind those silent steps. Watching. Waiting. And for the first time, I wondered if the world had changed or if I had simply been left behind. The air thickened, the buzzing of the lights intensified, and the shadows stretched longer, darker, swallowing the edges of the room. I took a step back, pressed myself against the wall, and whispered, "Who are you?" No answer. Only silence. Complete silence. Then a whisper, barely audible but chilling, "You're not alone. But you're the last." The breath caught in my throat. The morning light was wrong again. Not just the sun rising from the west, but the shade it cast long, awkward shadows stretching eastward like they didn't belong in this world. I stood in the doorway, watching the sky bleed pale orange, and the air felt thinner, like every breath I took was an effort against some invisible weightlessness. The neighborhood hummed around me, but I was still, caught somewhere between disbelief and exhaustion. I hadn't slept much. My mind kept replaying the faces I saw yesterday, neighbors smiling, nodding, speaking as if none of this was strange. The way Mrs. Calder from down the street insisted gravity was lighter and the streets had subtly shifted. I tried to argue, to anchor myself with the memories I knew were real, but they just looked at me as if I was the one who'd lost grip on reality. It was like a slow erosion of certainty, and I was the last crumb of sand clinging to a cliff face in a storm. I stepped back inside, the floorboards creaking under my bare feet. The house smelled stale, a mix of old wood and something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. I touched the rough plaster wall, cold and uneven beneath my fingertips, grounding myself. The silence inside was different from outside, thicker, almost pressing in on me. The phone buzzed. A text from Mark. "We need to talk." The usual place, 2 p.m. Mark. The one person I thought might still see things the way I do, or at least question them. But even he had started slipping, his voice a little too calm, his eyes a little too steady when he spoke about the New World Order. I didn't know if that was hope or danger. 2 o'clock came slow, the minutes stretching like taffy. I walked a few blocks to the cafe where we met, the air smelling faintly of brewing coffee and fresh pastries. The bell on the door jingled as I stepped inside, the warmth hitting me like a wave after the cold outside. Mark was already there, sitting in the corner with a half-empty cup, eyes scanning the room like a man waiting for a sign. "Thanks for coming," he said without looking up. "I wasn't sure you would," I said, sliding into the seat across from him. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I don't think I have much choice." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He leaned in, voice dropping. "You see it too, right? The sunrise, the gravity, the memories that don't line up. Everyone's convinced it's all normal now. But I think it's a trap. Something we're all falling into." I swallowed hard, the bitterness of coffee burning the back of my throat. A trap? Like what, exactly? I don't know. But it's not natural. Some kind of psychological contagion. People are rewriting their own realities to fit this new narrative, and anyone who resists, well, they just disappear or get labeled crazy. His words hit me like a punch. I'd seen it already, the way my uncle shut down when I tried to talk about the sun rising west, the way neighbors avoided me, their eyes darting away like I was contagious. "Have you talked to anyone else?" I asked. Mark nodded. "A few. But it's dangerous. You start asking questions, they see you as a threat. They want you to conform." I glanced around the cafe. Everyone else was absorbed in their own worlds, faces buried in phones or chatting quietly. No one seemed to notice us, or maybe they were pretending not to. "What do we do?" I whispered, a tremor creeping into my voice. Mark's eyes were sharp now. "We find the truth. We document what we know. We hold on to the real memories, even if it means being alone." I thought about my own memories, sunsets that definitely faded in the west, the weight of a heavy backpack that didn't feel like floating, the familiar faces of people who never changed. Holding on felt like clutching a candle in a hurricane. The afternoon passed in a blur of whispered conversations and furtive glances. By the time I left the cafe, the sky was a bruised purple, the sun still stubbornly low in the west. I walked home slowly, the cool evening air biting at my cheeks, and the distant bark of a dog echoing in the quiet. Back in my living room, I pulled out the old photo album, the one untouched since before the changes began. I ran my fingers over the faded images, the paper rough and cold beneath my touch. There was the park, green and vibrant, not the gray shadow it had become. There was my mother's smile, warm and genuine, not the distant ghost I remembered. I realized then how much I had been holding back. How much I had been trying to fit into a world that was no longer mine. The faces around me weren't wrong. They were just lost in a different kind of truth, one I couldn't reach. The next morning, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside. Hesitant, uneven, like someone unsure if they should be there. I peeked through the curtain and saw Mark standing by my front gate, eyes scanning the street. He caught my gaze and nodded. No words. Just a silent understanding. I opened the door. The cool air rushed in, carrying the scent of damp leaves and fresh rain. We stood together on the porch, the world still spinning its strange new way, but for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel completely alone. "We keep going," Mark said quietly. "For those who remember. For those who can still see." I nodded, the weight in my chest easing just a little. Maybe this fractured reality wasn't something to fight against, but something to survive within, holding on to fragments of the past as a lifeline. Inside, I found a notebook and a pen. I sat at the kitchen table, the rough wood cool beneath my arms, and began to write. Memories, details, contradictions, everything I could remember that didn't fit the new world. Outside, the sun inched higher, stubborn and strange. But inside, I was building something new, a map through the shifting landscape of a reality I no longer recognized, but still claimed as mine. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, or if anyone else would ever see the world the way I did. But for now, I had the truth in my hands, fragile and flickering, like the light of a candle refusing to be snuffed out. And that was enough.